Hello and good evening. Welcome to the City Council meeting for July the 19th. Mayor Steve Martin speaking. Before we get started, I'd like to read the following. City has returned to hybrid public meetings pursuant to AB 361, which allows for deviation from the teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. Residents now have the option to attend the meeting in person or to participate remotely. To participate remotely, residents can listen to the meeting live on the radio at 12:30 a.m. or live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube and call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting and remain open throughout the meeting to ensure the opportunity to comment on each item heard by the council. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City Council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. With that, I'll call the meeting to order and ask for a roll call, please.
All right. Councilman Strong?
Here.
Councilwoman Garcia?
Here.
Councilman Gregory?
Here.
Councilman Hammond?
Here.
Mayor Martin?
Here. All council members are present. First order of business is a closed session meeting tonight, so I'll ask the city attorney to inform us and the public what we'll be discussing in that meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We're going into closed session on a number of items this evening. The first is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city designated representative is the city manager. The other party is the unrepresented employees. It is all unrepresented employees other than the city manager. The second item is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. And again, the city representative is the city manager. And the employee organizations are SEIU, the POA, and the IAFF. The third item is a public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B, and that would be for the city manager position. And finally, for conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8, and the property is a 5.6 acre portion of APN 008254002, more commonly known as a portion of Pioneer Park. The city negotiator is the city manager, and the negotiating party is the state of California acting by and through the State Public Works Board with the consent of the Department of Food and Agriculture, acting by and through the 16th District Agricultural Association, and under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. And that is all of our items.
Thank you. There is no one in the room from the public to offer comment. Is there anyone waiting online?
No, sir, there is not.
In that case, we will close public comment on the closed session agenda, and without objection, we will recess to closed session. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the meeting of the Paso Robles City Council for Tuesday, July 19th. Mayor Steve Martin speaking. For all of those listening in on YouTube tonight, I would like to read the following before we get started. City has returned to hybrid public meetings pursuant to AB 361, which allows for a deviation from the teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act. Residents now have the option to attend the meeting in person or to participate remotely. To participate remotely, residents can listen to the meeting live on the radio at 12:30 a.m. or live stream the meeting at www.prcity.com/YouTube and call 805-865-7276 to provide public comment via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting and remain open throughout the meeting to ensure the opportunity to comment on each item heard by the council. Written public comments can be submitted via email to cityclerk@prcity.com prior to 12 noon on the day of the council meeting to be posted as an addendum to the agenda. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item by number or name. City council meetings will be live streamed during the meeting and also available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. With that, I'll call our meeting to order, invite you to stand as you are able to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Hammond, and then please remain standing for our invocation by Pastor Pat Sheehan.
Join me, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Pastor Sheehan should be joining us online tonight. Are you with us?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Welcome.
Dear Heavenly Father, we ask your blessings upon Mayor Martin, councilpersons Gregory, Hammond, Garcia, and Strong. Fill them with knowledge and wisdom for every decision before them tonight. Father, bless our law enforcement and emergency services personnel who bravely protect and serve. Grace our city staff with the grace they need to manage and care for our city. And Father, we thank you for your great love and many blessings for Paso Robles. And we ask this in your precious name. Amen.
Amen. May we have a roll call, please?
Councilman Gregory?
Here.
Councilman Hammond?
Here.
Strong?
Here.
Garcia?
Here.
Mayor Martin?
Here. All council members are present. Councilman Gregory is attending via telephone. At this point in time, we always like to take a few minutes to introduce our staff and anyone in the audience who belongs to an advisory committee, anyone who does business for the city. So as we go around the room, if that applies to you, we'd invite you to stand, give us your name and what you do for the city. Starting on my right.
Warren Frace, Community Development Director.
Jessica Ferguson, acting deputy clerk.
Ty Lewis, City Manager.
Elizabeth Hall, City Attorney.
Any staff online?
Paul Sloan, Economic Development Manager.
Very good. Thank you all. Prior to this open meeting of the Paso Robles City Council, we had an advertised closed session meeting. I'll ask the city attorney to report any reportable action.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We went into closed session on a variety of items. The first was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6, and that was the city manager as the city designated representative, and the unrepresented employees were all unrepresented employees other than the city manager. We went in under conference with labor negotiators pursuant, again, to Government Code Section 54957.6, with the city designated representative being the city manager and the employee organizations being SEIU, POA, and IAFF. We also went in under public employee performance evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B for the city manager's position. And then we went in under conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8 for a portion, 5.6 acre portion of APN 008254002, more commonly known as Pioneer Park. The city negotiator is the city manager, and the negotiating party on the other side is the state of California, acting by and through the State Public Works Board with the consent of the Department of Food and Agriculture, acting by and through the 16th District Agricultural Association. And under negotiation was price and terms of payment, and there was no reportable action on any of the items.
Thank you very much. At the top of our agenda, we have a proclamation for Parks Make Life Better Month. Do we have anyone in attendance to receive the proclamation? Gosh, who are you? Tell us your name and what you do for the city.
Oh, I'm Linda Plesha, Recreation Services Manager.
Well, thank you for being here tonight to receive this. Parks Make Life Better Month. Whereas the city of Paso Robles recognizes the importance of access to local parks, recreation programs, open space, and facilities as a respite for all residents, particularly those impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas the city of Paso Robles fosters social cohesiveness by celebrating diversity, providing spaces to come together peacefully, promoting social equity, connecting social networks, and ensuring all people have access to its benefits. And whereas the city of Paso Robles sustains and stewards our natural resources by protecting habitats, open space, and connecting people to nature on the city's 12 walking trails and 7 parks with beautiful open areas for exploration and play. Whereas, courtesy of a $177,000 state per capita grant, the city of Paso Robles is currently installing an exciting new playground feature in the Uptown Family Park at 641 Spring Street. Whereas the City Recreation Services Division promotes physical, emotional, and mental health and wellness through organized activities, events, and gatherings in our parks. Whereas the City Recreation Services Division creates memorable experiences by partnering with local nonprofit organizations, such as the Rec Foundation, to offer free community events, including the annual summer concerts in the park. Whereas the City Recreation Services Division remains versatile and innovative in providing vital quality of life experiences and services in our parks and recreational facilities to Paso Robles residents through local, national, or global emergencies. Whereas the City Maintenance Division facilitates recreation programming by providing safe park spaces to gather, play organized sports, host family celebrations, and enjoy picnics. And whereas the City Maintenance Division regularly collaborates with volunteers from the Paso Robles Youth Sports Council to enhance and renovate city ballparks, recently joining forces to fund and install new lighting at Pioneer Park. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Stephen W. Martin, by virtue of the authority vested in me as mayor and speaking on behalf of the entire Paso Robles City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of July 2022 as Parks Make Life Better Month. Thank you for all you do for the community. Item number 2, San Luis Obispo County Strategic Plan to Reduce Homelessness. This is a presentation requiring no council action tonight. Ms. Funk, welcome.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'm honored to be here on behalf of the steering committee that has developed the countywide strategic plan to address homelessness. I'm here with Mr. Joe Dzvonek, the county homeless manager. County Administrator Wade Horton was also planning to be here, but due to a late developing illness, he has elected to not share. So I would note that this plan is now available in full draft form for anyone that's interested. The fastest thing is to Google HSOC for the Homeless Services Oversight Council, SLO for San Luis Obispo, and that'll take you right to a link to the plan. So we are here. We recognized as we started developing this plan back in, in November, that we're at a point where there's a confluence of urgency and opportunity. Urgency, you saw as you did your futuring study looking at what does it look like in 10 years if we don't do anything to address homelessness here in Paso Robles. We see similar issues elsewhere in the county. So a great sense of urgency to deal with this problem, both for the future and in its very immediate impacts. At the same time, this is a time of opportunity where new sources of funding are coming available that we have not had, and it gives us hope to be able to make changes. So I will. The vision of this plan is to reduce homelessness by ensuring that people at risk of losing housing can retain it, that those experiencing homelessness can equitably secure safe housing with appropriate supports, minimizing trauma to the individual, the community, and the environment. Our goal is within 5 years to reduce the number of people experiencing homelessness countywide to half of the current level. It's an aggressive goal, but we think that, how can we do less? Really. The steering committee that's been working on this has a lot of diversity for only 8 members. We included North County, South County, SLO, and Coast. We included city, county, not-for-profit, and community perspectives. We included genders and racial mix and law enforcement and service perspectives, and have been worked very hard to develop a balanced plan. To understand the recommendations, it helps to take a look at where are we and why are we here. And that's simply just compare where we were pre-pandemic versus essentially now as a reality check. What we've seen in that time is a very significant expansion in capacity to address homelessness. People have not been sitting on their butts. We have, as you've seen, we've got the Echo Paso here in Atascadero with the Motel 6 conversion, expansion of Echo in Atascadero as well, expansion of Cap SLO in SLO, the addition of the what is now Oklahoma Avenue parking village that has over 90 people and is growing in the county. So the Cabins for Change are, we think, going to open up hopefully in August in Rover Beach. So significant expansion of capacity to shelter people. Yet at the same time, we are rowing upstream. The number of people that's been logged into the homeless management information system, which is how you track who needs services, has been growing by about 200 people a year over the number of people who are exited out into housing, or as best we understand it. So we saw in the 2019 point in time count, which is a single day observation of homeless people, about 1,500 people homeless, and that count is pretty close this year. Those numbers just came out this afternoon. So very similar this year, with about 80% of those people unsheltered, which is still very high. In part because we expanded capacity, but our ability to use the non-congregate shelters, that's, this one has been fine, but the congregate shelters have been cut back in their capacity because of COVID. So if everybody's living in one room, you can't have as many people as close together if you're spreading diseases by the respiratory tract. So that has hurt our ability to use the capacity we have. And then, of course, there are funding and staffing challenges as well. On the housing side of things, since the goal of addressing homelessness is to get people back into housing, we saw the expansion again with those 60 units of permanent supportive housing here in Paso Robles, 156 new vouchers, new units in construction in various parts of the county. And yet at the same time, if you know anyone who's renting or trying to find a place, you know what's happening to rents. They're going through the roof. Rents are up, from 2020 to 2021, they were up 13.5%. We think it's higher yet, a faster pace of increase in the last year, and they're up 46% already since 2016. So what this means is that the median household who rents in this county is spending 38% of their income on housing. Any of you who are in banking or real estate know that the target is about 30% of your income, maybe 33, 35. As you go up above that, the financial stress rises. So this says that over half of all the rental households in our county are at significantly increased risk of homelessness because of the stress that housing costs place on family budgets. There's just no room for error. In addition, we know that eviction moratorium for COVID is going to end ultimately, and we've seen the cost of construction rise, so that the cost of building a new unit of affordable housing, the way we have traditionally done that, is now over $550,000 a unit. It doesn't all come out of your budget or mine, but it's still a very costly solution. And that drives us to look at other ways. What can we do faster and less expensively in this plan? So what we see, despite people really working hard on this problem, that on any given night, we have the capacity to shelter only 20 to 30% of the number of people that were observed as homeless, both in 2019, and that holds for now as well. That's a 1,000-person gap. And that 20-30% is best case if the COVID restrictions are released and everybody is staffed up and the emergency shelters are available. Most of the time, it's, that picture is worse. That's why we have so many unsheltered homeless in this community that our folks see every day. So what we saw in developing this plan is not that the efforts that have been made were ineffective individually. It's the scale of effort collectively that's off. We were fighting a house fire with a garden hose. So to deal with that, we looked for what can be done quickly to get roofs over heads, to get the problem better under control for both individuals in our community. And that we focus in the first year or two on a substantial increase in sheltering capacity with temporary housing. We're talking tiny home villages, parking villages, and various other things. Different communities will make different choices, but you got to do something that's not $500,000 a crack, that we, the kind of housing that a troop of Boy Scouts can assemble in an afternoon gives us many more options to give people pathways out of homelessness than they've got now. And it helps narrow that 1,000-person gap. We also know that we need better data, because there are questions that we can't answer for you right now about the balance of various kinds of concerns in various parts of the county, and we need to get a better handle on that, both for operational efficiency and to be able to adjust this plan over time and to set decent regional targets. We want to get to a regional compact where you can have confidence that your neighbors, up the Salinas and Atascadero and in every other part of the county, that we're all doing our fair share too. And we can't yet parse out what that fair share would be until we have better data. So we need to move forward with that. Notice that we are not waiting to get a nice fancy agreement. We're moving ahead with those things that can be done in each community, working for the solutions that work in that community. But if we can't all row together and not be doing the same thing. So, and then over time, we're looking to build more capacity in permanent housing, permanent supportive housing, low-income housing. If you have a property and want to build an ADU, that helps take stress off the lower end of the market. If you build a little ADU, and it's probably not somebody coming out of the riverbed who lives there, but maybe it's somebody who works with them. And we need to get to where we can follow this plan over time. There are more details in the plan. As you find it online, the draft plan. But notice that the focus here is what can we do quickly to make a significant difference? Because our communities are hurting and too many people are hurting, and we're looking to make significant change. This also includes a very significant set of recommendations with regard to services, because while I've emphasized capacity here in terms of housing without services doesn't work. You have to have both of them together. The services help people not take that place to shelter themselves, and get their life stabilized. and helps them find that pathway back into employment, back into constructive relationships, and then back into housing. So we know we have issues with regard to behavioral health and substance abuse. Oftentimes those two are in the same person. You know, whether you started out with drug abuse and the effects of that created mental illness, or started out with mental illness and medicated those symptoms with street drugs. A lot of people have those two problems together, and we need to better address those. We also identified a very significant challenge in terms of older people who have chronic health problems. A lot of the folks who are in the echo shelter here every night fall into that category, and we don't have enough pathways to place them with appropriate supports in the community. So we've called out working with the healthcare sector to develop better options over time for that group. All of this gets coordinated through a variety of mechanisms that Joe's going to tell you about. I want to mention that we also are adapting this plan in response to public feedback we've received, and adapting it in terms of feedback that we received from the County Board of Supervisors, who in particular asked that the plan include the added element of a citizens, what we're now calling a citizens accountability panel. This is something that will work, as I see it, rather like the Citizens Tax Oversight Committee does in Atascadero, where we have a group of community members with various affiliations who meet together a couple times a year and review the data to say, you know, and what they observe to see, are we doing what we said we would do? And are we achieving the results that we need to achieve with those efforts? And just making sure we're having those conversations very clearly will create whole different levels of focus on efforts. So with that, I am going to turn things over to Mr. Dzvonek to tell you about the organizational elements. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, council members, city leaders, and citizens, thank you for having me tonight. It's an honor. My name is Joe Dzvonek. I am a principal analyst for the county, focusing on homelessness. And I'm going to pick it up and wrap up the briefing here. This first slide that I'm going to talk about here, really the purpose of the slide was to just demonstrate when I stepped into the county to look at all the processes that dealt with homelessness at the time and all the communication pathways, I kind of mapped it out. And what I found, I wanted to start the strategic planning efforts in a place that was most advantageous, was optimal, but didn't add a layer to, or any new layer to the county or city governments or new processes within them. And after spending some time observing that, I found that the city manager meeting, where all the city managers, Mr. Lewis and his counterparts, meet with Mr. Horton on a monthly basis for a 3 to 4 hour session, sometimes longer, was really a good place to bring everyone together and talk about the varieties of homelessness in the different cities. I think the city managers bring that level of expertise, the right level of authority, and they have direct access to the elected officials from their particular cities, as well as the county staff representation, to take the ideas back to their elected officials and get that permission and the guidance moving forward with the planning as it occurs. So I felt that was the best way. And that's really all this slide is trying to say. This slide here, before everybody runs out of the room, I'm going to walk you through it very quickly, I promise. And really what it is, it's a project management tool. But what I designed to do was to look at something as complex as homelessness and try to break it down into its component parts, of which you could actually attack the problem effectively. So when we looked at homelessness as a phenomenon, we looked at what is it that builds all the components together that makes homelessness exist. And of course, it's different for different people, but we broke it into what we call lines of effort. A line of effort is defined as a series of events or tasks along which through time, if you achieve certain objectives, will help you accomplish your strategy's goals. So for the first LOE, or the line of effort on the top left, if you look, we picked building shelter and housing, affordable and appropriate. Again, the goal of this strategy is not to build housing. The goal of this is to reduce homelessness, and it's not entirely the same thing. So what we say is that, but that is the main effort. We need to figure out ways to improve our housing. As Mrs. Funk talked about, we build tiny home villages, or we safe parking locations, other types of non-congregate shelters, maybe even expanding congregate shelters. But we need to expand the shelter and housing capacity as it is needed. And that's why data is necessary, so we understand better what we need to build. It doesn't make sense to build 3-bedroom apartments at low income when the majority of the homeless people that need them are single. So we need to get this data together and bind up with our developers and develop a strategy. The other lines of effort we're talking about, we call supporting efforts. Each line of effort is independent, but yet they're all intertwined. So again, we don't feel like you could not address homelessness accurately if you removed any one of these lines of effort. So for example, a supporting effort to building housing is expanding our services and navigation. Each one of these green diamonds represents, say, an event. So if you look at the chronological time period going across 2022 and 2023, let's say 1.1 represents the event where 5 Cities Homeless Coalition opens up their pallet shelters in Grover Beach. That is an event that is building shelter and housing affordable and appropriate to, in that case, get folks out of the parks and the riverbeds in that area of the county and give them shelter. And what this approach does is it allows all the different efforts being accomplished by the different levels of government, whether they be city or county, whether they be developers, HASLO, or people self-help. We're always looking at our efforts together on one unified chart, moving forward toward the same end states of, let's say, for example, with housing. We want to get to where we have a mix of safe parking, transitional shelters, low income, and permanent supportive housing, where we are reducing unsheltered living in the county. And everybody has a role to play. And that way, if you're living in Grover Beach and you're thinking, hey, we're doing stuff, but we want to spend too much time and money on it because those in Arroyo Grande may run over here to get our services. Well, we're going to get together as city managers and city leaders and county leaders and make sure that we're trying to build this plan simultaneously with the right level of equity. So there is no magnet per se that people are going to flock to. We're all doing our part to help the homeless issues in our communities the way our community needs us to do that. And with that, I'll wrap it up and we'll take your comments and questions. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. This is a presentation, no action by the council tonight. Do we have any questions from council members? Mr. Hammond?
Either one is whatever. Yeah,
Microphone.
With regard to ECHO and their facility here. And one of the main things that came out of that meeting was that you have to address the mental health, the substance abuse, and addiction. That is a major problem, with most everyone we saw in the homeless population. And it's something that the cities are not going to be able to handle themselves. And that's why we actually went to John Pashong, some other folks at the Board of Supervisors. We need to have facilities either in the North County and also, of course, South County too, but more facilities that would address that to get that change happening before they can move on out and hopefully become back into the normal citizen group. So how is there programs that are kind of built in or talking about that level of support?
Yes, the plan does definitely talk about expanding capacity in behavioral health services. We don't have the full details of how many of which type of beds would we need in which areas of the county, but we know we need both, we need the kinds of transitional environments that both psychiatric crisis care and sober living. There's another element called sobering centers, I believe, that is a much shorter term intervention, basically a place to dry up for a little while, but that wouldn't really be overnight shelter, but is also part of the mix of things. We also know that we need, in terms of temporary housing capacity, what Chief Masterson described as wet, dry, and damp environments. So environments that are situations where the community is responsive to differing levels of dealing with substance abuse and use. So we need a range of things. There's quite a bit in the plan on that. I'd put behavioral health even higher up in the thing if I thought we could staff it. staffing when the behavioral health is like Swiss cheese with open positions, and trying to get all those positions staffed so that the services that are needed can be delivered. You know, when your cat team calls somebody to help, you want somebody to be there. And that's so we're starting with at that level, and that's actually why services you see that a little bit more in terms of year 2 as opposed to year 1, just because of those challenges. But absolutely. Joe, do you want to add anything on that?
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick. I mean, if you look at the, again, the lines of effort on the chart here, right? I mean, the one thing that's going to answer a lot of questions in general terms, because the answers are going to be general right now, is line of effort 4, right? It's streamlined funding. And what this plan intends to do in several ways, but one of it is to create a homeless division within the county so that the money that does come to the county for homelessness is no longer fragmented into different departments and sort of diluted into efforts that are either replicating each other or there are too many gaps and they're not even being effective in that way. So by building a homeless division, building a grant generating engine within that division, we are going to identify and acquire new funding at greater rates. And then that'll allow us to address a lot of these issues. The reason why, and when I say why funding, is because service capacity is going to require a lot of highly paid professional people in the behavioral health field, right, to really implement a lot of these programs. And our behavioral health department in the county has roughly 20 or more vacancies right now at the professional level of people that actually do this work. And that takes time to overcome that gap. So we can go out right now and perhaps build a tiny home village, but it's going to take time to get this money together and to recruit educated leaders in behavioral health processes, which is why we put service capacity in year 2 and 3. Not that it's not one of the most important things. We're just being realistic and that we just can't suddenly bring in all these specialists immediately and then give them enough money to afford to live here and start effectively addressing homelessness with their expertise. So we're just, to answer the question why it's in year 2 or 3 and what our plans are, we need the funding. We got to build a division to braid that funding together and then use our behavioral health experts in the county to talk to the communities and say, what do you need? And then we have the means to actually staff it.
All right, I agree. I think targeted funding for that kind of effort, I think is really ground zero to start, and then it'll help, I think, overall with the whole program. And I really commend you guys in the county, of course, from getting this together. We appreciate being part of it. Thank you.
Other council questions?
Yes, sir. I was just going to echo that same that Mr. Hammond said. Having a strategic plan for our county is going to be the most important thing. When we start asking for funding, as far as individual cities, every time we ask for funding, what is your plan? And I really appreciate you having this and taking all the work to do this. One of the questions which you just answered was there going to be a specific division or department for that? And you just answered that. So that is going to make it so much easier also to contact a person. And in your strategic plan, I just have a question. Are you going to have like a list of the resources? That way if Paso is looking for a certain resource, it's in there. It's in the strategic plan. As far as behavioral health, I know you've touched on that, and that's one of the biggest things, but also child care services, things like that.
Yeah, so I mean, the homeless division, once it's constructed, once it's approved and organized and budgeted for, which we hope happens pretty quickly, it will exist actually within the Department of Social Services. So it'll be a division within that department. So it's going to naturally already be in that environment of many of the things that you talked about. But also within the division, we're going to have, identifying position job descriptions. We're not making it too big because you don't want to put too much money into that part of it. But one of the key positions is a person who is looking at the internal data, what we need, and then being able to communicate with the public, finding out, the specifics of what they need and bringing them to those resources quicker. So we're having particular people that you can, that you just asked about, that you can call within that division, rather than it's sort of an amorphous website linkage, right. Cards laying here, people giving you cards and things. I mean, we got to have it centralized and simplified.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for all the work.
Thank you. Councilman Gregory online, any questions or comments?
Yes, I do. I have some questions. So I'll make a comment. First of all, thank you for coming to us and sharing this. I think it's a great idea. One of the biggest concerns I have, if we build it, we need to supervise it. We need to help manage the facility with adequate care and support for the residents. And in too many cities now, there's places where we're housing people and they're not getting help, and not good things are not happening. So I think it's really important, however you model all of your models, whether they be safe parking or tiny homes, they need a very coordinated and comprehensive management of the site and the people living in there, including for the support for case managers, behavioral health, mental health, addiction counselors. So I think it's really important as part of your plan to have that portion of that in place so that when you do build and support these areas for housing, that we have a safe and equitable and a positive direction in which our clients can go. So I'd just like to make that comment. I don't know how you're going to address that, but I think it's really important to have that comprehensive management and support of the clients in place prior to letting them just move right in and go for it, because it's not going to work if we're not there to help. Thank you.
And for me, our Chamber of Commerce recently spearheaded a housing update study involving a great number of our citizens, and they brought recommendations, basically alternatives for the future, sort of visions of what will happen in the future dependent upon what actions we take or don't take. I'm wondering, are you familiar with that, and is that being incorporated into your strategies?
Yeah, we're both familiar with it. I think you actually attended the presentation of that here, and then I read it, the next day, and I spoke with Mr. Lewis about it at the city manager meeting. I believe it was the brain writing technique that you had,
right.
With the really diverse group of people. Absolutely, yeah, that's a great, that's another example of how, community-wide, there's just so many different perspectives on how to approach the problem and different techniques. And we learned from all of them. So, yeah, it was a very eye-opening read as to how this community sees the problem.
Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Yes, well, first of all, I haven't asked any questions for a reason. I want to thank you for your presentation. It's very interesting. I'm following it closely. I'm in a position where I am very much working on policy, both at the state and federal level, on homelessness. So I'm very interested in what you're doing and how it's working so that I can take it forward where it might be used elsewhere. Thank you.
And I'd like to close off with just a couple of comments. Obviously, over the years, I've been involved with homeless efforts, going back 10 or 12 years now. Learned a lot through the process, been involved with ECHO and Atascadero and other organizations. And a lot of sifting has gone on in my thoughts on the nature of the problem and the most effective ways to address it. I think what you've shown us here tonight is sort of a deconstruction of my thoughts, because it sort of takes my thoughts and pulls them apart into separate individual actions, which is great. But I think the three areas that we need to concentrate on in our county to significantly impact homelessness include services, mental health, physical services. We need a mental health facility in northern San Luis Obispo County. Not just a place where people can go to dry out, but where people can go to get treatment and get real professional help. Until that happens, it's going to be a treadmill of in the dry out, out of the dry out. We need to expand housing. And ADUs are part of the solution. The construction that's happening in Paso Robles will increase the housing supply. It will not significantly increase the housing supply, which is required for people with little or no income. And so, in my mind, I think we need a program countywide to be known as Find 5 Acres. I think every city and the county should find 5 acres within their borders to create a place for well-designed and well-maintained tiny home neighborhoods. Not just a place for people to go and crash, but for people to go to have housing security, where people who are providing services will be able to locate them the first, second, and third, and fourth time, and provide a transitional element into housing at a higher and higher level. Last but not least is income disparity. We all know folks that are never going to make a lot of money, but there are a lot of folks that are homeless that have skills and have potential. And we need to provide them with jobs that will help lift them out of poverty. That's where economic development efforts at the city and the county level are so vital right now. So those three areas are very important to me, and I think you're addressing them, and I wish you great success.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. That is a presentation, no action required. However, I do like to offer people the opportunity to make comment if they would like. If you would like to make comment, we'd offer you 3 minutes at the lectern. Please give us your name. We do have speaker cards at the back, or we should. And if you can find them, please fill them out and bring them up to city staff. And we're happy to entertain your comments. Welcome, sir.
Hi, John Pashon, San Luis Obispo County Supervisor, 1st District. First, I want to thank them for the great presentation. I just wanted to point out a couple things real quick to everybody. So in San Luis, I'll start with California. So California right now has 41 different programs and 19 different departments for the homeless. They spend $12 billion a year. And I'm going to go back to something Mr. Hammond said, which I think is accurate. I've seen studies that show that homeless population, about 80% of them suffer from drug addiction and or mental health services. So I know people have said it's lower, but I've spent a lot of time at ECHO. I've spent a lot of time in the riverbed, and I know that the people we're dealing with up here. The point in time count did come out today, and it shows in our county we have 1,443 people. We had a decrease of only about 2% over the last 3 years. So just to give you an example, so I talked about the 41 programs, 19 departments, $12 billion. It's massive. And you see the two folks that we've got that are working on kind of boiling that down. In San Luis Obispo County, we have 17 programs, 15 different departments, and we spend $10.6 million. That's last year's figure for 1,443 people. And so, and to give you an example, that on the safe parking that we've set up down in Kansas Avenue, there's about 90 folks down there that are living in and out of their cars. We've had 4 fentanyl deaths over the last 6 months. So that shows you, I think, some of the argument that it's so tragic that these families people are losing each other. And if you see some of the folks in the riverbed, and we've talked to the city manager about this, they are coming up out of the riverbed, they're getting meals, and then they're causing problems for the small businesses. And I sat through a 3-hour meeting with the small businesses and the city manager and the Chamber of Commerce last week. And I would tell you, it's imperative that we work with this program, that we coordinate with the city to make sure that we can help those folks, because it is affecting businesses. And you have the fair coming this next week, and it's going to be a great fair. And I truly believe it's going to be great for the economic output in this county and in the city. But then we have homelessness that's affecting these small businesses that are right across the street. So with that, and that homelessness, I believe, is affecting it because of drugs and mental health issues. So with that, I just throw those out there, but I look forward to working with you and with the committee to be able to solve this problem.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to comment on this presentation? Is there anyone online?
No, sir, there is not.
Very good. Thank you for the presentation. Thank you for the comments. We are going to move on now with our agenda for this evening. Next up, we'll be taking general public comments. This is the time set aside for the public to make comments on items that are not on tonight's agenda. If you're here for an agenda item, there will be a separate public comment time for that item when you'll be able to speak. Each person is limited to 3 minutes. Any person or subject requiring more than 3 minutes may be scheduled for a future council meeting or referred to a committee or staff. Those persons wishing to speak on any item scheduled on the agenda will be given an opportunity to do so at that time when that agenda item comes up. So this general public comment section is open. If there is any public comment, this is your opportunity. Seeing no one rise, is there anyone online?
Yes, sir, there is. We have Mr. Doug Beckett.
Thank you, Mr. Beckett. Welcome.
Hey, Mr. Mayor, how are you?
Good.
I'll make this short. I'm Doug Beckett. I've lived in the North County for over 40 years, and I've been in business up here for over 40 years as well. I live outside the city limits. I have a property on 12th Street, so I'm in the corridor. But there's a fire hydrant in front of my establishment, so none of this applies to me. I'm talking about the city of Paso and the future of Paso Robles. Presently in the state of California, tourist-focused cities throughout the entire state are addressing and adopting plans for outdoor dining as well as outdoor parklets, and something that I think we really should be considering. And it doesn't seem to be a priority right now, and I want it to be. I believe in Paso Robles, and I believe in our future. In the Paso Robles City Council adopted goals 2022-24 at the bottom of page 5, there was a little blurb on support a thriving downtown. And there were two points made. One, to monitor and evaluate on-street parking programs. And number 2, to develop standards, and process for parking installations, for parklet installations. So I just have a couple of questions. Number one, how is the progress? And do we have current figures on how parking is producing income? What's the revenue? What are the dollars? And I guess number two would be, how can we get a progress report on development standards in the process for parklet installations, which was number two. And I understand at the same time the Parking Commission has been disbanded. So who's working on this? So I just want the City Council to make this an agenda item. I think it's important for the city of Paso Robles. This is not going to happen overnight, and maybe not at all. But the process is going to take time, and I don't want to waste any of that time. As a tourist town, and everybody on the city council has acknowledged we're a tourist town, and we don't want to be left behind. And too many businesses, from restaurants to hotels and wineries and retail clothing stores and gift shops, they depend on tourism, and not to mention thousands of jobs that we create in Paso Robles in our industry, and we're still not overcrowded. So majority of the stakeholders in downtown corridor support the parkless, from what I've heard, and I think it was I'm not sure of the survey. I'm asking the City Council to please make this a priority before we get too far behind, before we lose all the goodwill that we've built over the last 30 years, and support getting on and moving on. And things are pretty tight right now.
Yeah, that's 3 minutes. We thank you for your comments, sir. And if I can stop my timer, everything is going to be good. It just doesn't like me. Is this general public comment, sir?
All right.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, council, staff, citizens. My name is Mark Elterman, 1535 Vine Street. I just have a couple questions. First is, in our community, as in any community, what is the number one priority? Easy answer, safety. And who feels that with each passing day, we're all getting safer? Not many of us. And who is responsible for our safety? Each and every one of us. This is why we created a community initiative, purely volunteer, called Paso Safe. One way to actually view Paso Safe is that it's merely a goal. Citizens, businesses, visitors, volunteers, first responders, law enforcement, nonprofits, community groups, service providers can all work together more effectively so that we all become Paso Safe. We believe successful outcomes involve long-term commitments to 4 essential interconnected areas. Training, people need to be trained. CERT is a perfect example of emergency response preparedness. All sorts of training from driver safety, fire prevention, CPR. Citizens need to be trained. 2, resources. There are so many resources available out there and experts to leverage. Philanthropy, raising funds for various organizations that do well. And then 4, outreach. Getting all audiences aware of the safety goals of the community and how and why they can participate and make a difference. One example of how these come together is the upcoming Safety Fest. My counterpart Gina and I are excited for all of you to participate. And Gina's pretty wound up here. She's going to tell you more about it because it's all happening fast and furious, and it's really cool. Anyways, it's up to the community, though, to define and become Paso Safe, which is why we hope the city will help us organize perhaps an advisory committee. We saw some great results just presented to us about a steering committee. Perhaps that's something that the city can help us organize. But hopefully that whole idea won't start until later on the fall after Safety Fest and after my daughter's wedding. So anyways, for more information right now, because this is happening fast, go to pasosafe.com or contact us with any questions and ideas. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm Gina Grieb. I reside at 1535 Vine Street. Thank you so much for having me this evening. Speak a little bit about Safety Fest. I don't know if I'm as wound up as what he said, but I am very excited and enthusiastic to share with the community as well as yourselves, mayor, council members, city officials, first responders. Speaking of first responders, we are so appreciative of our first responders. They definitely keep us safe. But like my counterpart Mark said, we also can take part in our own safety. So with that said, we are hosting Safety Fest. It's scheduled for August 20th from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m. Log on to safetyfest.live. You can learn more details. We are collaborating with Downtown Paso Robles Main Street Association with their trading day. So we planned a collaborative 2-event in one day in this downtown city park, and it's a family fun day in the park. You get to meet the first responders, learn about bike safety, how to prepare for an emergency, disaster. Also, Coast Guard will be there talking about water safety. Anything you can think about that has to do with safety, cybersecurity, you name it. So we're really excited to have the top safety professionals, exhibitors. We also will have fun activities, safety learning activities as well. Proceeds go to support Downtown Main Street Association as well as CERT. And I do have a quick message from John Spooner, the volunteer director of CERT. He says, thank you for your ongoing support, city officials, council, as well as mayor, of the Community Emergency Response Team, the CERT program. It trains people to live in this community to prepare for, survive, and respond to emergencies and disasters. Once trained, they are less likely to need an emergency response during a disaster and may become a responder in their own neighborhood. Currently, we're engaged in a program to reduce the risk of loss, damage by wildfire to homes on the west side of town. By educating residents on measures they can take to harden their homes against wildfire and organizing neighborhood work days to reduce vegetation. So we definitely look forward to seeing everyone who's here today participate in this big event. Again, August 20th, 10 to 5, mark your calendars. It's gonna be fun. Sack races even, so I'm definitely signing up. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Oh, whoopee. We're going to have a free pancake breakfast. Are you all hungry?
Yeah.
You're not.
Is that Norma Moy?
This is Chris Bausch, and this is the inimitable Norma Moy. We're on behalf of Paso Robles Downtown Main Street. We'd like to invite City Council, we'd like to invite staff, we'd like to invite everybody in the room, everybody listening to our 27th annual free pancake breakfast. Yes, it's back in the park, courtesy of Main Street and the California Mid-State Fair. Norma, you want to tell us about the menu?
Oh, the menu, wow. It's going to be, I'm getting old. Pancakes, eggs, sausage, orange juice, and coffee. All of that. Now, aren't you hungry?
I'm always hungry, but that makes me hungrier.
And you got to get your tickets downtown. You have to have a ticket.
The event is free, and the tickets are free, but you have to come downtown and you have to find a merchant with a free pancake breakfast tickets here, sign in the window, go inside, and they will offer you a ticket. We're going to have music this year. Rawhide Express train will be back. Harris Stage Line, hayrides will be there, and a great opportunity to meet the Fair Queen and her court. So hope to see everybody downtown on Thursday, July 28th, 7:30 to 10:30, downtown City Park.
Well, we want to thank our volunteers because they show up and serve it all. In fact, the fairgrounds brings all these tables and chairs, so there's plenty of room to sit and lots of syrup for your pancakes. And the California Mid-State Fair and Main Street Association and Board of Directors, thank you guys. Cahoots Catering, Suburban Propane, Paso Robles Elks Lodge, Skip and Nancy Dodd. He does up a storm cooking those pancakes. And Paso Robles Waste Disposal takes care of all the garbage, and the Gomer family. So I'll see you all there, right?
Absolutely.
Norma, are we going to be on the north?
What?
Are we on the 12th side of where we were before, 12th Street side of the park? Is that kind of where you're going to be?
Say that again?
Right by the, yes.
Where we were before, right? Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
right by the,
Yeah.
where the fountain used to be.
Yep.
You can't miss it. But come
Very
and
good.
get your tickets, and if a merchant doesn't have any tickets, you tell him to get down to Main Street and get their tickets.
Thanks, Chris.
Thank you both. For those of you listening in, Norma wasn't changing her voice. That was Chris Bausch, who is involved with Main Street and with the school board here locally.
Yeah.
Anyone else in the audience would like to make general public comment? Do you have anyone online?
Yes, sir, we do. We have Ms. Jan Elvin.
Welcome, Jen.
Hi, good evening. Thank you, Council. I'd like to sort of follow up on the issue of homelessness, if I could, because some time ago, when ECHO came to us, for a $400,000 gift, if you want to say, and we approved that. I believe we approved it over 2 years, but we asked for their financials. And my question is, have we ever gotten their financials? And if we have, are those available to the public? Where can I find them? And if we haven't received them, have we a plan in place to get those financials? And have we already dispersed the money? I'd sort of like to know the answers to that because I haven't seen them anywhere in any kind of a report. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will get you some answers. Is there anyone else online?
No, sir, there is not.
Last call. I'm going to close general public comment, bring it back to the council. We have several questions we'd like to answer if possible before proceeding on. Mr. Beckett had several questions, and I'm a little surprised because we've talked about parking so much in this room and in public, but I thought the questions have been answered, but we're going to go over them again. So the first question was, what progress is there on parking? Are we making any income? City manager like to talk to that?
Yes, sir. So, Mr. Mayor, I think council's aware, and as you pointed out, many members of the public are aware of the ongoing discussions between the community and council regarding improving the downtown parking situation, which also includes discussions around raising parking prices, as well as adjusting hours. At this point, City Council is elected not to make many changes in that regard. As Mr. Beckett pointed out, the Parking Commission was disbanded for various reasons. The council is elected to keep the status quo when it comes to parking at this time, including operating a senior parking permit, and we'll continue to monitor and reevaluate the parking situation as changes are required.
And progress on parklets. As everyone should be aware by now, the parklets were taken down after the height of the pandemic crisis, as was the plan originally. There was a lot of discussion publicly about that, a lot of that in this room. I'm going to get to you, Fred. But before I do that, Mr. City Manager, you want to comment on that?
You bet. So as the community and council probably recalls, we extended parklets until just after the first of the year to accommodate the holiday season and the ongoing and rapidly changing effects of the COVID situation, to make sure that we kept our, primarily our restaurateurs whole and viable through those tough times. At that time, council directed staff to plan for the ad hoc to look and delve into a little bit further the opportunities for outdoor dining in particular, not just parklets. I can tell you that my direction to our community development staff was that we would, and I spoke with council about this, that we wouldn't be able to get to this in earnest until probably this time of the year, basically because our community development department has been very focused on housing. We have many major developments underway, including Beechwood, Chandler, Olson, River Oaks developments, as well as other apartment complexes that are popping up throughout the community, which required a great deal of staff time and focus. Happy to report that Mr. Frace has scheduled the ad hoc to meet again in August to be able to look at this. The timing is fortuitous for a few reasons. City of San Luis Obispo has just adopted their permanent program, which is we'll be able to examine, be able to talk to their staff, and hopefully be able to learn some lessons from their venture into outdoor dining, and be able to see if there's some opportunities for us here. So we're hopeful that we'll keep along at a brisk pace when it comes to looking at those opportunities, but we still have some work to do.
And I suspect Councilman Strong would like to talk about alternative dining.
Well, actually, the ad hoc committee is scheduled to meet later this month, and we're just trying to find a time just to schedule that. And it's to look at that plan that San Luis Obispo has developed, as well as other factors that we've already had one meeting on, and hope to have at least one or two more meetings with the public.
Thank you. Quick follow-up. There was a concern expressed about the financial health of the city and the city's businesses as we come out of the pandemic. That's something we've all been worried about for several years now. What are our latest sales tax reports showing about the health of business in the city of Paso Robles?
You bet. So I've had an opportunity to look at our casual dining statistics when it comes to tax revenue. Happy to report that overall, compared to pre-pandemic levels, our casual dining tax is up about almost 50% compared to pre-pandemic levels, which is, I think everybody agrees, is a sigh of relief when it comes to recovery. So we're seeing numbers that we haven't seen in ever in this town when it comes to a lot of categories surrounding tourism, which I can say we're leading the county in a lot of key areas when it comes to our growth when it comes to sales tax, and various. Central Coast is doing great. We owe that to some of our partners that are here in the room tonight, whether it's the Chamber of Commerce, Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance, of course, Travel Paso and Main Street all contribute to a healthy ecosystem downtown, and by all accounts, we're thriving.
So we're happy that the local economy has sustained well during the crisis. That doesn't mean there aren't challenges ahead. We always have to be vigilant about that. Ms. Albin had questions regarding homelessness. Recently, she cited the decision by the council to provide funds for the local ECHO operation. Her question was referring to our requirements to see financials. You might comment on the MOU that's in the works for that, and how that's going to address the financial question.
You bet. We had hoped to be able to bring that draft memo before the council at this particular council meeting. However, we realized there's still more work that needed to be done. We do have a rough outline of what we've been sharing back and forth with ECHO, as well as Mr. Gregory and Mr. Hammond providing input as original ad hoc committee members to be able to disperse that money on a quarterly basis. No money has been dispersed at this time until we get council's full approval. I don't know if Mr. Pashong is still here. I know the county also adopted a similar intention to track with us with regard to providing funding and accountability measures, and to make sure that, as Ms. Albin pointed out, that the financials make sense as part of what we're trying to accomplish in helping with their funding gaps.
Will those financials be public information?
Any information that we take in regarding this process, that's part of when you award city money for these types of ventures, the information collected does become public information. So those that are interested, obviously there's the Public Record Act. That would be probably the most applicable tool to be able to attain that information once the city has it.
Very good. Thank you. I think that answers all the questions that were asked during general public comments. We'll move on. I'll ask if we have any agenda items to be deferred tonight.
I'm sorry, no.
No. Very good. Okay, so we proceed now with our consent calendar. The items on the consent calendar are considered routine, not requiring separate discussion. However, if discussion is wanted by a member of the council or public, that item may be removed from the consent calendar and considered separately. Council members and members of the public may offer comments or ask questions of clarification without removing an item from the calendar. Individual items are approved by the vote that approves the council calendar unless an item is pulled for separate consideration. Items pulled from consent will be heard at the end of the meeting. With that, I'll ask council if there are comments, questions, or items to be removed.
None.
Mr. Strong.
Yes, I have two to be removed. Items number 9 and 13, please. Both of them, I would like to see amendments made to them.
9 and 13 have been pulled. Councilwoman Garcia?
No, sir.
Councilman Gregory?
No, sir. No, thank you.
Is there anyone in the public who would like to ask a question regarding a consent calendar item or have an item removed? I see no one in the room coming forward. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Very good. I'm going to bring it back to the council then and entertain a motion to approve the balance of the consent calendar.
Mayor,
Mr. Hammond.
I'd like to go ahead and make an approval of the consent agenda items 3 through 8, 10 through 12.
Second.
Got a motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilman Strong. If there's no further discussion, roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Garcia?
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory?
Aye.
Mayor Martin?
Aye.
Councilmember Strong?
Yes.
And Councilmember Hammond?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Thank you. For those of you who are listening in, I want to make a reminder to you, and of course for the people in the audience here tonight, City Council agendas are posted on our website, prcity.com. So as soon as they're available to us, they're available to you. And the nice thing about those agendas are they are all hyperlinked to staff reports. So if you are so inclined, you can go to the city website, you can look at the city agenda, you can look at all the staff reports and have all the information that we have before we start the meeting. That being said, some of us don't have the time to do that. And those listening in, or perhaps those in the audience tonight, may not understand or know the items that were just passed on the consent calendar. So for that reason, I'll ask the city manager to give us a brief report on what we've done.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First item on the consent calendar is the approval of our city council meeting minutes from 6/21. Second item is the receipt of the warrant register, which is the city's expenses from the previous report. We also have a receipt of advisory body minutes for the Airport Commission and Senior Citizen Advisory Committee. We have our ongoing reaffirmation of Resolution 21-147, which approves remote and hybrid, remote and in-person public meetings citywide as needed pursuant to Assembly Bill 361. We also have approval of contribution agreements for fiscal years 22-23, 23-24 for the Paso Robles Wine Country Alliance and Paso Robles Main Street Associations. We have item number 8 is a little bit of a cleanup item. It modifies a previously approved resolution 22-098 regarding setting deadlines for ballot arguments. I believe we moved that up to August 5th. As well as an erroneous mention to a municipal code. And so we're cleaning up that language within there. Item 9 was pulled. We'll discuss later. Item 10, approval of the Paso Robles Housing Authority Board of Commissioner vacancy appointments. In that appointment, Joseph Eric was appointed to the vacant community commissioner position for the remainder of the 4-year term. Item number 11 is approval of our deputy fire chief that Chief Stornett has been seeking for a few years to help out with management of the fire department and the corresponding pay schedule there. And then there's the last item is the approval of a temporary waiver for competitive bidding on fleet items and purchase of emergency vehicles. And item 13 has been pulled.
Thank you very much. Moving on, we have no public hearings scheduled for tonight. We do have a couple of discussion items, and the next one is item number 14, which is our cannabis update. Could we have a staff report, please?
You bet. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So online, we should have our consultant from HDL that will introduce himself in a moment. But just as a way of reminder for the community and for the council, city has for some time has been open for business when it comes to cannabis, but mostly it's medical delivery at this point. When I was appointed to city council or to as city manager, one of the first items that council asked me to do was to continue exploration into potential for retail cannabis sales within the city of Paso Robles. I am here tonight to further that request by council or that directive, and we've retained the services of HDL, who also does some of our other consultant work regarding our tax services. And with that, I'd like to turn over the presentation to HDL, and we have a Jay on the line, I believe.
And before we do that, could you explain what HDL is for the public?
Yeah, you bet. I was going to have him introduce himself and what his company does, but HDL provides an array of services and consulting work for cities exclusively and counties in particular. A lot of it focuses on areas of commercial work like we're talking about when it comes to cannabis. They also help Mr. Cornell and his department when it comes to understanding our tax revenues and a host of other services, but they exclusively have help communities like ours up and down the state when we need assistance with these complex kind of items.
Thank you.
Jay, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you.
Okay, great. So thank you for the introduction. Again, my name is Ajay Kaluri. I'm the Deputy Director of Policy and Audit at HDL Companies, and I've been asked to give a brief presentation on cannabis policy in Paso Robles. Let's go to the next slide. So very briefly about HDL. So again, HDL is a consultant for public agencies. We have no cannabis sector clients. And what that means is that we try our best to be impartial in this space. We work with cities that maintain a ban on all commercial cannabis activity. We also work with cities that allow nearly all types of cannabis activities. So ultimately, we are focused on helping cities to develop and implement best practices in this space. We have other core services that include sales tax, property tax, business licensing, economic development. So cannabis is just one of many practice areas that HDL offers, and it's one of the smaller practice areas that we have. Let's go to the next slide. So this slide shows a recent history of cannabis policy in Paso Robles. In 2015 and 2016, the state of California authorized medicinal and adult use commercial cannabis activities statewide. Originally, the city decided to maintain its local ban on cannabis business activity, but later formed a medical cannabis task force to study the issue. That culminated in a task force study that was released in May of 2017. Then in March of 2018, the City Council voted to authorize its first medicinal cannabis delivery business. Also in 2018, Paso Robles voters approved a local cannabis business tax through Measure I, which set maximum tax rates that were subject to City Council approval. In October of 2020, City Council established those local cannabis tax rates. And then finally, in April 2022, the City Council identified cannabis as an economic development strategic priority and directed staff to explore allowing additional cannabis activities locally. Next slide. Oh, one too far. So today we're kicking off that process with this presentation. Following this discussion, city staff and HDL will host a community workshop to educate residents on the cannabis industry and to provide opportunity for public input. The topic will then return to the City Council as an agenda item for direction on next steps. If the direction from the City Council is to maintain a ban on all commercial cannabis activity other than the existing medicinal delivery services, then no further action will be needed. If instead the direction is to move forward with allowing additional license types, the next step would be to draft a regulatory ordinance for City Council review. Next slide. Before getting too far along, it's important first to ask, why is now a good time to reconsider cannabis policy? First, state regulations for the cannabis industry have been finalized and local best practices have been developed. Second, community perceptions have changed. In many of the communities that HDL goes into, the openness of residents to cannabis activity has grown since the passage of Proposition 64. Third, businesses are looking for places to locate, particularly in regions with underserved populations. And then finally, in some jurisdictions that maintain a local ban, they are being hit by voter-driven ballot initiatives to legalize the industry. Oftentimes, those initiatives are written by the cannabis industry itself and frequently don't include best practices for regulating the industry. Next slide. So this slide shows Proposition 64 election results in Paso Robles. As you can see, there was more support in the city for legalization than there was in the surrounding county or in the state as a whole. So statewide, Prop 64 passed with 57% of the vote. In the county, it was 58%, and in the city, it was 62%. However, it is important to note that support for Proposition 64 should not be interpreted as support for cannabis businesses operating locally. That is a separate question and one that City Council is exploring at present. Next slide. So when we talk about cannabis businesses, it's also important to differentiate between the various business types. The cannabis supply chain is highly segmented, and each component can have a different impact on the community. Therefore, it is essential to understand the various segments of the industry in order to have an informed discussion on cannabis policy. Next slide. So this chart shows the license types that exist within the cannabis supply chain. It starts with cultivators who grow the plant, manufacturers who convert the plant to other types of consumable goods, testing labs who verify the quality of the product, distributors who move the product from business to business, and then finally retailers who sell cannabis goods to consumers. I want to emphasize that all of the businesses that you see on the left side of this slide, so cultivators, manufacturers, distributors, testing labs, also what we call wholesalers in the cannabis industry, they are grossly overrepresented in the state. And what I mean by that is that there are far more wholesalers in the state today than there are licensed retailers to sell the product. So there's really a bottleneck at the retail end of the spectrum. And as a result, we would expect that there would be relatively limited interest in wholesale businesses seeking to open a location in Paso Robles, even if the city were to allow for it. So really, the key decision before the city council is whether to prohibit or allow retail sales locally. Next slide. So the city does currently allow some limited cannabis retail activity. However, that activity is restricted to non-storefront only, which is what you see on the left part of this slide. Non-storefront retail is closed to the public, and it's restricted to selling cannabis goods to customers by delivery only. In Paso Robles, this activity is further restricted to medical sales only, which means that sales can only be made to persons who are 18 years of age or older with a doctor's recommendation. There are other types of cannabis retail activities that the city could allow. So first, the city could choose to allow delivery to adult use customers. And these are persons who are 21 years of age or older with a government-issued ID. Second, the city could allow storefront retail, which is represented on the right side of this slide. And that is where consumers are allowed to enter into the business on site to purchase cannabis goods. These other forms of cannabis retail activity are currently prohibited in the city, which you can see from the slide with all the X's near the bottom. And that, in effect, substantially restricts overall access to legal cannabis within the city. Next slide. So when considering retail, it's important to first separate myth from reality. Very often we find that community discussions about cannabis activity center around concerns for illegal retail storefronts. In reality, however, licensed retailers do look different than unlicensed businesses. So for example, the business on the left is an unlicensed, unregulated business. It has bars on the windows, it has a green cross painted outside, and it has visibility into the facility from the street. The business on the right is a licensed regulated business. So the signage is compliant with local code and the overall design of the facility is consistent with surrounding uses. Next slide. This slide shows the interior of some licensed retail businesses. Both of these businesses are located in the city of Grover Beach. We tried to identify some interiors for local comparison. And we share these images because it's important first to use existing legal businesses as an accurate point of reference when deciding whether to allow cannabis businesses locally. Next slide. It's also important to take a step back and look at the state and the regional environment for cannabis before making any local decisions. Next slide. So this slide shows the number of licensed cannabis businesses statewide. So as you can see, there are over 12,000 cannabis businesses in California, but less than 10% of those businesses are retailers. So as a result, there is a lot of cannabis product being produced in the state, but there are very few locations where it can be legally sold. So one of the side effects of this is that many consumers still purchase cannabis from the illicit market, despite the existence of licensed cannabis businesses throughout the state. Next slide. This chart furthers that point. So what you see on the left is the number of cannabis retailers that self-reported taxes to the state prior to the passage of Proposition 64. These were businesses that sold cannabis through what was known as the old patient co-op collective model under Proposition 215. On the right is the total number of licensed cannabis retailers that exist in California today under Proposition 64. So the difference between those two numbers is one estimate for the gap that exists between consumer demand for cannabis and what the legal market is currently able to support. So as a result of this gap, most consumers continue to purchase cannabis from the unregulated and untested market. Next slide. This map applies a more conservative methodology that was developed by HDL to estimate cannabis retail market shortages throughout California. This methodology looks at estimated cannabis consumers per population, the total number of retailers that would be needed to supply those consumers, and the resulting market demand based on those variables. Counties that you see with a darker shade of blue have a larger gap in the number of licensed storefront retailers and what HDL estimates to be the number needed to supply local demand. And as you can see, the county of San Luis Obispo has an estimated shortage of 9 cannabis retailers countywide, which is lower than some other counties further to the south, namely Los Angeles and San Diego. However, the shortage in San Luis Obispo County is still notable given the distance to which some residents in the county have to travel to access licensed storefront retailers. Next slide. This map shows the locations of all the licensed cannabis storefront retail businesses in San Luis Obispo County, as well as some neighboring counties. They're all individually marked using blue pin drops. And as you can see, storefront retailers are concentrated along the coast in Morro Bay, Grover Beach, and San Luis Obispo City. To the north of Paso Robles, the closest storefronts are located in King City and Greenfield. Outside of the coastal regions, there's a sizable area where storefront cannabis retail is currently banned. Next slide. This slide identifies surrounding jurisdictions that permit cannabis activity for comparison purposes. So as you can see, most of the cities that permit commercial cannabis activity allow nearly all license types to operate, including retail, cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and testing. The city of Morro Bay is the most restrictive of the group. They permit retail and distribution license types only. 2 of the cities that you see on this list actually allow for public consumption, including temporary special events, which the city of Lompoc allows, and consumption lounges, which are allowed in Grover Beach. Next slide. So the next section of the presentation covers cannabis regulations. If the decision is made to allow new types of cannabis businesses, the city would then need to consider various regulatory options that are available to local jurisdictions. Next slide. So from a high level, regulatory programs can establish facility design and location requirements. They can provide the city the authority and control over licensing decisions, such as who can operate, who cannot operate. The city can impose operating conditions that are more stringent than the state, and the state has hundreds of pages of regulations for cannabis businesses already. The city can also enhance business accountability for security, product safety, consumer access, and so forth. Next slide. So ultimately, the goal of local regulations is to mitigate the potential for negative impacts of the cannabis industry. Very often, we find that community concerns regarding negative impacts fall within one or more of the categories that you see on this slide. That includes public safety, public health, neighborhood and land use protection, and preventing youth access. If the city council decides to move forward with allowing new cannabis businesses, the next step would be to develop a robust regulatory program that minimizes the issues that you see on this slide. Next slide. So next, I'll quickly go through a short discussion on potential revenues. Next slide. So there are 2 primary ways of generating revenues from cannabis businesses, which are identified on the slide. Paso Robles has already adopted the first method through voter approval of Measure I, which established tax rates for all cannabis business types. Delivery rates are currently set at 6%, while storefront rates are set at 10% of gross receipts. In addition to business license taxes, most cities adopt cannabis regulatory fees in their master fees and charges schedule. The fees are intended to offset the cost to the city of regulating commercial cannabis activity locally, and they typically range somewhere between $10,000 to $30,000 per business. Paso Robles has not yet adopted a cannabis regulatory fee, so this could be considered alongside any revisions to a cannabis tax program locally. Next page. So this slide provides an illustration of potential local tax revenues if you assume 2 storefront retailers in Paso Robles. Please note that this is meant to be an illustration, not a projection, based upon industry averages that we have observed statewide. So based on these averages, we assume gross receipts of $4 million per business. Actual gross receipts may be higher, they may be lower. It really depends on the specific operator, local demand, a lot of other factors. But if you assume a 10% business license gross receipts tax, that would translate to $800,000 in tax revenues, plus $120,000 in sales tax revenues, for a total of $920,000 in annual revenues to the city. If you assume an 8% business license tax, that number falls to $760,000 annually. And finally, if you assume a 6% tax, that number falls to $600,000 locally. Next slide. So the final set of slides that I want to show you illustrates the standard process for adopting a cannabis regulatory ordinance. Keep in mind that this process would be contingent upon City Council deciding to move forward. So step 1, which is currently in process, involves informing City Council and the community of cannabis policies, conducting community engagements, analyzing zoning and land use restrictions, and finally evaluating potential impacts on the community. Next slide. Step 2, if applicable, involves drafting a regulatory ordinance, developing zoning standards, and conducting planning commission, city council, and community meetings to receive feedback. Next slide. And finally, step 3, which is the final step, would involve developing a business license application process, adopting fees to offset the cost of the city of regulating businesses, and finally opening the application and licensing process for businesses to apply. Next slide. So that concludes my presentation. I will turn the discussion back over to city staff, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, Jay. I appreciate the presentation. So council, tonight we're not asking for a whole bunch of direct action, but more approval of the process that Jay outlined for you. The recommendation, well, let me back up a second. So the proposed timeline, if council directs staff to move forward and with HDL's help, is to begin the community meetings, which would take place in August and potentially into September if needed, depending on the council's desire for how many meetings and what type of input that we want to get, followed by an October meeting to bring back the information to council and refine the process as we've collected information. And then at the same time in November, we would be bringing back an ordinance for first reading with hopefully applications being taken for retail storefronts by January 2023 at the latest. So with that, I think the action before council tonight is to receive and file HDL's report, and then to confirm that council still desires to move forward with this process, looking into the governance framework, including recreational retail cannabis sales, policy development, public outreach, and addressing the policy-specific issues that were outlined by HDL's presentation this evening.
Thank you. So before we proceed, are there any council questions of staff or of the consultant? Mr. Gregory.
None at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Yeah, question for Ty. Ty, with regard to, you mentioned it briefly there about the number of possible retailers that could be allowed. Can you give the reason for the number and the thought behind it?
You bet. So a big part of that will be working with HDL to determine the market capacity here. So some communities have learned hard lessons by oversaturation, and we want to make sure that we, meet consumer and customer demand within the community, but also not overwhelm staff with what it would take to manage the number whatever number that council settles on. So preliminary estimates indicate that 2 to 4 retailers would probably be somewhere right in the area that we would be looking for. But of course, that would be dependent first on councils affirming that they want to move forward with it and adopting a framework to regulate it through a municipal code amendment.
And would there be regulation with regard to land use, where they could be located?
You bet. So currently we do have land use regulations regarding our delivery services, I'll put it that way, which primarily restrict them to the Riverside corridor. Of course, once you expand into retail storefronts, that'll be one of the things that council will have to consider, which is possibly enacting exclusionary zones more restrictive than what the state already has adopted, whether you want them on the in and around the park or daycares or those kind of things. But a lot of those are already handled by the state, but certainly the council could adopt more restrictive exclusionary zones.
So you're saying that the state is more lax on where they can be located within a city?
I don't know that lax is that they've just already established a set of guidelines, or not guidelines, a set of rules. But some communities do choose to be more restrictive than what the state has enacted.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So question, I think for the consultant. I think over the last year or so, all of us here have been contacted by people interested in bringing cannabis retail sales to the community. And the discussion tonight about, the potential revenue benefits of the city, I think are obvious. But I have a question. There seems to be an interest with these folks to, be an integrated part of the community, not just another business. Is it possible, if we get to the point where we are licensing retail outlets to negotiate additional benefits for the city, partnerships with local nonprofits, other ways that the city could be benefit by this activity?
That's a Great question, and the answer is yes. So cities do use community benefit agreements as a way of negotiating additional benefits from the businesses beyond just the fees or the tax rates. Typically, consideration for community benefit agreements is included through the application process. So it could even be a component that's scored and is used to determine which businesses get a license. And whatever the businesses propose, that becomes a condition on their business license. So there's various ways of incorporating community benefits, either defined by the city or defined by the businesses. That could be included in the application process.
Thank you very much. There are no further questions from council?
No.
Okay, we'll open this to the public. This is your opportunity. If you'd like to come to the lectern and give us your name, we're happy to give you 3 minutes. Don't make a mad rush for the microphone now. I see no one standing. Is there anyone online?
She's getting a card.
Oh, she's getting it. We'll wait for the lady getting the card. I apologize. It's what happens when you follow the rules, you know. Welcome. That's okay. You can do that after you talk.
Ma'am, I can get that from you afterwards.
Yeah.
That's not a problem.
Welcome.
I think you know who someone is.
Members, sorry. Thank you for bringing cannabis forward. My name is Sunny Vogel-Mullinax, and my business is located at 2805 Black Oak Drive. I'm partners in 2 retail dispensaries right now, Urban Leaf Grover Beach and Stizzy Vista, California. And we're currently in the licensing process, the building permit process for a mobile delivery at that location. So tonight I have just 2 items to kind of add to the thought process. Currently, we only allow for medical delivery, and I'd like to kind of throw out the importance of switching over to adult use. So you would think I'm a stage 4 colon cancer patient survivor. I attribute medical cannabis or cannabis of saving my life, and I strongly oppose how medical cannabis was rolled out in the state. So if you have adult use or recreational use, as it's also called, you have to be 21 years or older. You have to show proof of identification from a government valid ID. And you can only purchase at one time 1 ounce of cannabis and then 8 grams of concentrate, but that's a whole nother story. If you have a medical card, which you can get from any app, any website on your phone for $49, and if a dispensary would like to give you a deal on it, you can get it for $29.99. You can be 18 years old and buy a half pound, 8 ounces of cannabis. I have a nephew who is in high school. He is 18 years old. I would like the council to immediately consider going recreational adult use for mobile delivery. It also, just because it further keeps it out of the hands of children. I have 2 young nephews. I would never want them smoking cannabis at their age, and they don't, but it just makes it a little bit easier and a little bit more accessible. And I know it's contrary to popular belief because medical sounds better. It sounds like it's really helping and benefiting patients. It doesn't give you any tax benefit unless you get a state-issued medical card, and less than 1, actually HDL can probably knows the recent date on this, but at the time when I looked at it, it was less than 2% of the market. My second item really quickly, if we're looking at land use alterations, is to consider what a dispensary retailer does in parking. So just in Urban Leaf Grover Beach, we have about 10 to 15 staff members during one shift. We also have between 200 to 300 visitors per day. And sometimes during 420, we'll have up to 600 visitors a day.
And that's 3 minutes. Can you summarize, please?
Yeah. So in summary, I would just like to throw that out. We have parking issues in the downtown core. And I think parking should be a consideration prior to adjusting the land use. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to comment? This is your opportunity. Welcome.
Dale Gustin, 630 13th Street. I'm not opposed to cannabis in any form, but we need to be careful about where we locate a storefront. Her current medical marijuana is too close to the homeless shelter to be converted to a storefront, in my opinion.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
My name is Grace Hall. I'm the owner of Dub's Green Garden. We're located 1124 Black Oak Drive. We've been operational since 2019, and I just want to echo some of the same points Ms. Molnix did. We're medical only. We're only allowed to sell medicinally, and a lot of the public doesn't understand that recreational marijuana is already sold in Paso Robles every day by other delivery services that are allowed to come into our town and sell. When you have a delivery license, you're allowed to sell statewide. So that has had a tremendous impact on our business. We're not being allowed to compete or thrive being allowed to only sell medical. So I would hope, we're excited to know that the council and the city is hopefully moving forward in the right direction. But if you could please make that a priority and understand we're suffering. We're only allowed to sell medical, and recreational has been here for a long time and is sold legally every day. So I just wanted to make that point too.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who would like to speak? While you're thinking about it, is there anybody online?
Yes, sir. We have Miss Gina Fitzpatrick.
Very good. Gina, welcome.
Good evening, council members and mayor. How are you this evening?
Doing well, thank you.
I apologize. Good. I apologize that I could not join in person. I did want to call in and actually speak to what Ms. Molinax has just shared. And I just, from an economic development standpoint, we're so excited to hear that you're actually addressing this. Now, what the outcome is that, yes, we understand, so to be determined. In the meantime, though, there are 7 companies online that are making deliveries in Paso Robles on a daily basis, legally able to do so. And it's the people that have their licenses in Paso Robles, which I believe there's only one, which is Dubs, simply because Ms. Molinax's company has the right to sell both medical and recreational throughout the state. We need to be able to look at these businesses that are good operators that have been in our cities and in our communities and be able to support their activities, because otherwise we're just leaving revenue on the table. We are letting this revenue go into other cities and we're not collecting on it. So I think for the time being, if we can support the change and make recreational deliveries available, the rest of it will then work its way through once you've had a chance to meet with the community and determine the needs of actually having a dispensary. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else online?
No, sir.
Anyone in the room who's decided to say something? Seeing no one rise, I'll close public comment, bring it back to the council. I did not record any questions, only comments, so I'll ask for discussion. Mr. Strong?
I was prepared to just make a motion, Mr. Mayor.
Well, go ahead.
And I would move that we receive and file the staff and HDL company presentations, reaffirm the City Council desire to advance the development of the cannabis governance framework, including recreational retail cannabis sales, approve the policy development and public outreach plan, and provide any other general comments or direction pertaining to policy-specific issues outlined within the presentations.
I'll second that.
I have a motion by Councilman Strong, seconded by Councilwoman Garcia. Is there any discussion?
Yes, this is Councilman Gregory.
Mr. Gregory.
I think we should reconsider the motion for us to maybe give direction to staff or to our city manager about the recreational delivery service that they brought up. Can we remove that and discuss it separately? I guess that's a question for our city attorney.
So if I understand, Steve, what you want to do is you want to potentially add to the motion, or you want to take a separate action?
I think for expediency, it'd be better to do a separate action. So if it'd be okay with the motion maker, we could come back and discuss that, or if that's okay with the city manager.
Well, I don't understand what you want.
We got 1 second. For the city attorney, we are discussing an explicit item, and I don't know what motion Councilman Gregory has in mind, but if it isn't on the agenda tonight.
So if it's generally related to
Go ahead.
cannabis and the update, we can certainly discuss it. I'm a little unclear on what he's after. The motion was to provide any other general comments. So if he has comments or directions he wants to provide to staff, that can happen as part of the motion that's been made.
Yeah. Okay. So Steve, what I would suggest is please state your issues, and then if possible, we'll incorporate it in the motion. We'll have to make that decision after we hear what you have to say.
Yeah.
Sure. So what I have to say is I'd like to be able to add to the motion then that we direct staff to expedite the consideration of delivery of recreational marijuana for the existing businesses in town.
I think that would be a policy-specific issue that we're providing in direction. Correct?
Well, so I just want to make sure.
If we vote in favor.
Right. So I want to make sure I understand what you're saying, Steve. The process that's outlined tonight culminates in the licensing, assuming we go there, culminates in the licensing of retail stores. If I hear what you're saying correctly, you would like to leapfrog that process for the current existing businesses?
Well, I don't know how to word it correctly, but I think we should consider what they were requesting. What Ms. Mullinex was requesting, I think, is a good idea to consider, to have staff look at it, because I don't want to tie the approval for both together. In other words, or the consideration of approval of policy.
Yeah, so I would recommend, and I think that's implicit, but I would think that the motion includes incorporating the comments that we see during public comment as part of the deliberation in the process.
Right. That's the intent of the motion.
Are you okay with that, Steve?
Yeah. Okay.
Very good. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second. Any further discussion, Mr. Hammond?
Yeah, I'll make mine. I've got to tell the council, I'm not. When we made it a strategic goal to bring it, retail to Paso Robles, everyone I've been talking to think is not in the best interest. And I understand that, medical, I have no problem with that at all. I mean, if it helps somebody, that's important to be able to have that access. But there's plenty of places to get the drugs, and I don't think we need to have it in Paso Robles personally. So I'm going to be voting no.
Thank you for your perspective, and I honor that, and I understand where you're coming from. Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
All right. Councilmember Strong.
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Yes. Did you hear that?
Yes, sir, we did. Thank you. Councilmember Hammond.
No.
And Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 4-1. Thank you, everyone, for your input and for your discussion and for your decision. Would the council like to take a short break before we continue? We're going to take 5 minutes. We'll call the meeting back to order. If everyone could please find a seat. Thank you. Our next order of business is item number 15, rescinding resolution 16-141, approving an agreement with the 16th District Agricultural Association for the sale of a portion of Pioneer Park property, an issue that has obviously generated a lot of local interest, and we look forward to the opportunity to discuss that issue fully tonight. I'd like to start off the conversation by assuring everyone in attendance and listening in that the Paso Robles City Council and indeed the entire city of Paso Robles understands and recognizes the value of the California Mid-State Fair, and we have the greatest respect for the people that operate that fair. We hope tonight to get any confusion out of all of our minds as to how we arrived at this point in time, and that we hope that we're able to serve the needs of the city and of the fair, and that any resolution is achieved in a timely fashion. So here's the way we're going to do this. I'm going to ask our city attorney to give us kind of a timeline of how we got to this place. And then I'll ask representatives from the Mid-State Fair Board to come forward and give us their observations. We'll open to public comment. Anybody who would like to speak will obviously be able to do that. And then after that, we will deliberate as a council and come to a decision regarding this particular item. So let's begin. I'll turn it over to the city attorney. And she'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So up above on the screen is a timeline that we put together that kind of visually depicts this transaction or the attempt to close the deal on the sale of Pioneer Park. This corresponds to what our city attorney has prepared in the staff report, so you can see a detailed history of where this started and where we are tonight. Tonight before council, you've directed us to come back with a staff report providing the option to rescind resolution 16-141, which originally approved the 2016 purchase and sale agreement for Pioneer Park. So I'll walk you through a little bit of where we are and what's happened since the city and the state and the event center have begun discussing this. So as the council community is likely aware, that Pioneer Park is a public-owned park. It's about 7 acres in size. The proposed portion of the sale of this property is about 5.6 acres. So the 16th District Agricultural Association, which we call the DAA, operates under the Department of Food and Agriculture, Division of Fairs and Expositions, and as everybody knows, they most famously run the Mid-State Fair here in Paso Robles, which is a great attraction far and wide and a great community partner for us. At that time, we began discussing with them the potential for them to buy the property. There's a lot of ideas that have been floated regarding what they would do with the park, including expanding the fairgrounds, increasing parking demand, all with improving the experience there at the fair and keeping them viable. The part of the park that we're talking about is the eastern half, which encompasses the baseball diamonds and the skate park that are over there on the fair all the way to Gregory. Originally, in 2015, the DAA board approved the purchase, and the city council subsequently entered into an agreement or approved an agreement in 2016 to move the sale forward for a price of $800,000, which at the time was below market value for several reasons, primarily because there would be deed restrictions on that property, including a reversion clause that said that if the fairgrounds ever used it for any other purpose besides what we agreed upon, or they didn't want the property, that it would come back to the city at some point. And so from that point forward, it kind of went into an abyss back and forth, unfortunately, with the state. DGS has been evaluating this through a couple CEOs at the Mid-State Fair, as well as a couple of city managers here at the city, as we try to figure out a path forward Of course, COVID was sprinkled in there, which really derailed things and delayed and talks and negotiations to with the state to bring this forward. This is kind of all culminated here in 2022, the beginning of the year, when we began requesting, and Colleen Borquez, who's here this evening, and I began saying, hey, how are we going to be able to, complete this? Our council is interested in wrapping this up, and I know that their fair board was interested in wrapping this up. And so we began putting more pressure on DGS to get back the information that was required.
So not to interrupt, but again, to get away from the alphabet soup, could you tell the public who DGS is, please?
That's the state agency that's responsible for Department of Government Services, I believe is DGS, General Services, excuse me, who's handling the real estate transaction, essentially the purchase. They're the ones that actually authorize the Fair Board to move forward with the purchase. I apologize for all the acronyms. So that culminated with us sending a couple different letters to the fair and to DGS saying, hey, this has gone on now for over 5 years, and we would like to conclude and wrap this up. That ended up having some interesting conversations with the state and the city attorney over the provisions that were in the original sales agreement, including whether or not the transaction currently complied with the Surplus Land Act, which requires any piece of property that the city owns, if we're going to sell it, to declare it surplus, and basically offers it up for low-income housing as a first priority. There are exceptions to the Surplus Land Act, which the state indicated that they didn't know whether or not how that would impact this particular transaction. But we didn't actually get a warm and fuzzy feeling from them that we were going to be able to pull this off. They weren't interested in the deed restrictions that the reversion clauses that we indicated were one of the primary things that we wanted in case, the fairgrounds decided that they weren't going to use the land the way that they had hoped for, they didn't need it, that we would be able to get it back. There was some talk about gift of public resources, which meaning that if they gave the land back to us, would that be even legal or not? And then, of course, we still have some of the challenges associated with, lease back agreements for using some of the facilities that are there, the diamonds, baseball diamonds, and the skate park, until the city could put together another option for a new park somewhere else in the city. So as we brought all this before council and in various conversations, and that resulted with a consultation with the city attorney, and she can speak to this a little bit, that basically said, look, this agreement in its current form, while it was great in 2015, doesn't pass the mustard in 2022, and we need to rescind this. That's her recommendation to the council. And that's what we're bringing forward to you tonight, that says that this particular deal probably isn't going to get too much further without substantial modification by DGS and the city, which would substantively change the agreement as we saw it in 2015. It doesn't preclude the city and the fairgrounds from trying to come to some other alternate arrangement if that's what the council wants. And we stand by ready to do that if that's your direction. At this point, we're recommending that the current deal as it's attached to this particular staff report, which was brought forward in 2015 and 2016, be rescinded and we start fresh.
Thank you. Questions of staff? Mr. Gregory?
No questions. Thank you, Mayor Martin.
Thank you. So just a couple of points I want to make clear, because there have been other discussions regarding Pioneer Park. We've had discussions about a part of this park with Pioneer Museum. These are two separate issues, right? I mean, people who are concerned about one or the other or both, those are two individual issues.
Yes, the transactions are two separate transactions.
And then what I'm looking at the date here. When we approved this, we actually passed a resolution. I signed it. I mean, we're on record as making this offer.
That's correct. And
then could you tell me a little bit more, because I want to make sure that I and everybody is clear about the Surplus Land Act. And that's something that's happened since the offer was made, right? That's not something that was in existence back 5-6 years ago.
So the Surplus Land Act was on the books back in 2016. However, it didn't, this transaction as it contemplated at the time didn't trigger the Surplus Land Act. Had it been signed at that time and we'd gone ahead, no problems. Unfortunately, in 2019, the state legislature expanded the Surplus Land Act and expanded the definition of who it applied to or what properties it applied to. And now the Surplus Land Act requires that before you enter into negotiations with an entity to sell the property, you have to go through a process to declare it either surplus or exempt. If it's surplus, you have to make it available to affordable housing developers and some others listed in the statute for 60 days. You have to take in offers that you receive from any of those people. You need to negotiate in good faith for 90 days. If you're unable to come to terms with someone who's responded to the statutorily required notice, then you can sell it. There are, as the city manager mentioned, there are a number of exemptions in that. So when we get an offer, when we go to dispose of the property, we can then review those exemptions and see if we fall within those. If we do, we have to take a resolution to this board, to the city council, and make a formal declaration at that time before you can enter into any agreement. So there are a number of steps that have to happen based upon the change in law.
So this sounds like a catch-22. If the agreement were approved and signed before
2019,
would be good. It wouldn't matter.
Yes.
But since the state didn't get that agreement approved and that deadline passed, now, at least according to the latest communication I read, they won't approve that.
They will not approve it because we need to comply with the Surplus Land Act.
Now, as far as the potential exemptions on the Surplus Land Act, have you surveyed those?
I have.
And in your opinion, do any of them apply to the city?
Potentially one, maybe two.
Okay.
But it would depend on who the entity was who we're leasing or selling the property to. And there is still that process that has to be complied with, where before we enter into the agreement, we have to go through the Surplus Land Act process of making a public declaration.
Okay, and then your experience or the experience of your firm in dealing with DGS over the last 5+ years, have we been responsive to them? Have we had contact with them? How's that process work?
So we've had some contact most recently. I do know that the previous city attorney, Iris Yang, had reached out a number of times. It does not appear from the records that I could find that there was a response from DGS. I know that there were some, based upon some communications I read, some back and forth between the former DAA executive director and DGS that we weren't a party to. So it looks like there was some effort on everybody's behalf to sort of move this state along, but we were not successful back in the 2017, 2018 timeframe.
The actions that the city had to take in order to qualify to offer this property at below market value, as I understand, had to show public benefit, and there were certain deed restrictions.
Correct.
So is that impacted at all by the passage of time and the way land value changes from one year to the next? In other words, it was probably worth less than it is now. Does that make it harder for us to make that case for public benefit?
It doesn't necessarily make it harder, but we would need to update that appraisal. We'd need to update what we're selling it for, and then relook at whether or not those justifications apply.
So potentially, even if we took another appraisal, we could still decide to sell the land for $800,000, assuming we can get around the Surplus Land Act and assuming we can get around the objection to the reversionary clause.
Correct.
If we made appropriate findings of public benefit and deed restriction.
And we could get an appraisal to support that decision.
Gotcha. Thank you. Any further questions from council?
Yeah, one. Yeah, Elizabeth, on the most recent go-around with the state, they were arguing that apparently their language was to be used, and you disagreed with that as far as the way it was set up, apparently, with the agreement.
So the council approved a specific purchase and sale agreement, and that's what we presented to the community and the public and said were the deal points and the agreement that we were going to enter into. The state wanted to use their own form, which substantially changed the deal terms as we had presented them to the public.
Got it. And that was the main objection that we had with regard to, we thought that we'd have to start all over again if we're going to do the language change or whatever.
I can't argue that the Surplus Land Act doesn't apply to us when we're having to enter into an entirely different agreement than the one we had originally entered into. If they had signed the agreement either prior to 2019 or even now, I think we had some arguments that, we had a deal and it was done, even if the formalities of being signed. Could we have, survived a Surplus Land Act challenge by the state? Maybe, maybe not. But I certainly think we had some arguments to move that forward. The state DGS disagreed, and DGS, by their own admission, would need to send this over to Housing and Community Development, which is the entity at the state that is in charge of the Surplus Land Act, and get their buy-off. If we went through with the transaction based upon them sending it over and saying that they don't think it meets the Surplus Land Act, HCD has the ability to come back and fine the city. The fine would be equal to 30% of the sales price received by the city.
I see. Did the Fair Board actually sign the agreement saying that they would buy for that amount?
They did not sign the agreement because they didn't have the legal authority to sign the agreement until DGS and their process went through at the state.
Yep.
They did approve the terms in 2015.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Any other council questions?
Well, some clarification. The mayor asked the question of, well, could we sell it for that $800,000? And you said, if the appraiser justified that.
Right.
Is there anybody in the room who can give us any idea that $800,000 is a fair price for over 5 acres of land right now on the freeway?
It would depend upon the deed restrictions that we put upon the property. If there are environmental conditions on the property, there are a lot of factors that could come into play. But again, we would need an appraiser to look at those factors and tell us whether or not $800,000 would be a gift of public funds to sell the property.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just as a point of clarification too, I mentioned that the skate park was in that portion of the property. The skate park is not. Right. That was I misspoke. Just want to make sure that's clear.
Just for clarification, because I know there's a lot of people listening on the radio and also watching us on other things. This is the 16th District Agricultural Association. We call them the Fair Board, but they're actually a state agency. They're a local arm of a state agency. And that has to be understood, that this is not just the Fair Board buying property. It would be the state of California buying it in the name of a local branch of that state department, which is agricultural associations. And Department of General Services is a different department at the state that has to approve all land actions and sales, purchase of land by the state. So we have two different state agencies which traditionally don't get along all that way.
I can't speak to that part.
Well, my experience with them from times I've had to deal with the state tell me they don't get along all that well.
But DGS is the state department that is required to review the agreement, and then they make a recommendation to another state board that has to actually approve it. And that's what has not occurred yet. So that is why the 16th DAA could not sign the agreement.
Thank you. Any further council questions? Mr. Gregory?
No questions, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I hope we've answered some questions. We've probably created more. Now I invite our representatives from our local fair board to come forward and help us out with their side of the story.
My name is Krista Sabin, and I am the president of the board of directors for the California Mid-State Fair. Admittedly, I'm feeling a bit anxious and nervous tonight, as the success of our fair and event center lies directly with the decision that is made tonight. I was appointed to the board by Governor Jerry Brown in early 2017, just after the fair and the city had negotiated the terms of the purchase and sale of the Pioneer Park property. I vividly recall during my initial board orientation with then CEO Michael Bradley and the current business manager at that time and now CEO Colleen Bajorquez, that the acquisition of the Pioneer Park property was top priority for our fair staff and our fair board. And I can attest to the fact that since that time, since my appointment in early 2017, the board has made this purchase an absolute priority. And while I was not involved in the negotiations of that agreement, I do understand that when the city and the fair came together to negotiate the terms of that agreement, it was done in good faith and with the best interests of our city and the fair in mind. And that was evident by the terms of the agreement. There were protective covenants. There was language regarding the continued use of the ball field. There was no sunset clause. And the reason that there wasn't is because the fine details of that agreement still needed to be negotiated, and they still do today. So when the board recently received a letter from the city providing to us this close by June 30th, or we have no deal, that was quite an arbitrary deadline, and one that actually felt like a real betrayal of the valued partnership and relationship that we have with the city. So we are here today, obviously, to discuss the matter and to share with you a little bit more about what this property means to the fair and the value that it has to the city. The Pioneer Park property is a key element to the success of our fair and event center. During the fair, the property is used for parking for our Heritage Foundation members, for employees, staff, horse show contestants, rodeo contestants, and throughout the year during non-fair time, as you know, our event center hosts world-class events, some very large events, including the Three Speckled Hens Antique Show, some of the most prestigious horse shows in the country, the Sheriff's Rodeo, a multi-district high school rodeo, the Paso Robles Wine Festival, the Firestone Walker International Beer Festival, the AIDS Ride, and we serve as an emergency center. The fair as we currently know it and our large interim events would not be possible without this property. Accordingly, we do not see this acquisition as one of convenience, but it's an acquisition of absolute necessity. We simply do not have the space to grow. We do not have the space to continue to provide the events that we currently do without this property. If we cannot grow our events, most of our events want to continue to grow, and they have come to us with that request. Without that property, they can't grow. So for an example, we may have a 400 or 500 horse show event. They want to grow it to 700 or 800. We cannot currently accommodate that without this property. They would simply move. They would relocate it to Las Vegas where there's ample space, and we would lose all of that revenue and bringing a prestigious event like that to our community. And these are people that bookend their trip 2 days at the beginning, 2 days after. A 4-day horse show, they might be here for 8 days, spending their money in our local community. A 2015 economic impact study, which you can also find on our website, revealed that 769,000 people attended our fair in interim events. That was from 2015. Since that time, our interim events have grown significantly, and I suspect that number is well over 800,000 people. That's a staggering number of people that are brought to our community through the events that are held on our fairgrounds. Most of which are staying in our local hotels, eating in our local restaurants, dining, shopping, wine tasting, and even better, returning the following year. The 2015 study further revealed that the Paso Robles Event Center generated a $79 million local spending impact. created 629 jobs, and over $22 million in overall salary and benefits for the employees. The event center, as you know, also generates business tax revenue, TOT taxes, and stimulates a lot of other economic activity. Clearly, the event center's ripple effect on our local economy is huge. While I understand the city's frustration with the delay in process, because our board shares in that frustration, I have been assured by the Department of General Services that the issues most recently identified, specifically the Surplus Land Act issue and the reversion provision issue, can be resolved. Less than a week ago, CEO Bojorquez and myself met again with DGS and very directly and specifically asked them about those two issues. We were assured that the Surplus Land Act was not applicable or the exemptions would apply to this transaction and that the reversion provision could be resolved with acceptable use, restricted use language, which was something that has not yet been drafted. Accordingly, I respectfully request that the council not rescind the agreement, but continue to work collaboratively with the fair and DGS to formally open an escrow, finalize the necessary language relating to those items, and close the escrow as soon as practicable. The California Mid-State Fair and the Paso Robles Event Center is a treasure to our community, and its significant impact to the local economy cannot be denied. As I previously stated, this acquisition is not one of convenience, but rather absolute necessity. If we are going to continue to be the biggest little fair anywhere, and host the amazing events that we host, we need this property. We bring hundreds of thousands of people to the area, and that's just an incredible thing for our community. I'm asking you, please not to vote to rescind the agreement, but rather continue to work with us so we can complete this transaction. And as you know, tomorrow we swing open our gates to host our 76th annual California Mid-State Fair. But I would gladly carve out a little bit of time to go down to Fidelity National Title, open an escrow, and deposit a check for $800,000. As board president, you have my commitment that the board will continue to work collaboratively with the city to ensure that this transaction is a win-win, and we will remain diligent in our efforts to close this escrow as soon as possible. Thank you for your time, your consideration this evening, and for recognizing the value of our fair and our relationship. And lastly, I hope to see you all at the fair.
Thank you. And thank you for your applause, but it's really not necessary.
Hi, I'm Colleen Bojorquez. I'm the CEO of the California Mid-State Fair. A little bit about myself, as some of you don't know the history I have here. I'm a fourth generation Paso Robles native. My parents are George and Elaine Work. My sister is Jody Burks. My brother is Ben Work, who's married to Kelly Work, who used to be Kelly Meacham, who you may know as Frank's daughter. My family still owns and operates a barley grain and cattle ranch out in the Parkfield area. They have included recreation recently. I say recently, but that was in the last 25 years, but that just seems like a blink. I've been involved with the California Mid-State Fair basically since birth. My sister's 9 years older than I am, so she had animals and showed animals. So we basically grew up at the fair, and the fair was a summer staple for us. I've worked at the fair since since 1992. So I've worked there for 30 years. It's been a great long haul, and I love it. My grandfather was Robertson Work, and he actually wrote a check to help the fair get started and purchase the property from the city 75 years ago. So when I say I have a true passion for the biggest little fair anywhere, It's not just because I love the area. It's not just because I love the fair, but because it's my history and my family tradition. I truly have a passion for our fair. Director Sabin made very good points about the economic impact that we have on the city and what our fair brings to the community. I don't question that you don't know that information. I think you know what we have, but I really want to bring it together, especially tonight on the eve of our opening when we're bringing hundreds of thousands of people to the area. And again, a lot of people don't know, but everybody asks, like, what's happening at the fair? Something's always happening at the fair. We bring hundreds of thousands of people in the interim as well, as Director Sabin mentioned. But I really want to go back to how this started because I feel so passionately about honoring this agreement. The whole thing started with the city and the state working together. Yes, we are a state agency. The district agricultural associations are not your typical state agency. They have a lot of leeway that not all state agencies have. So there are workarounds that are not typical of a state agency. That is how we went into this agreement. So it wasn't through Sacramento, it wasn't through a lawyer's office, it was through the city coming together and the state coming together, working to try and get this agreement done. We saw the need, we saw a win-win solution, and a solution that may require further discussion and further maneuvering through the system, but that's not a bad deal. This is not a bad deal. This isn't where the city wins and the fair loses. This isn't where the fair wins and the city loses. With this, by honoring this agreement, which I have heard many times through our board and through city council to honor this agreement, this is a win-win situation. The city wins, the fair wins. We don't know exactly, a lot of discussions happen through closed session. We don't know exactly what all the issues are. We know specifically Surplus Land Act. We know specifically the reversionary clause. Those two were brought to our attention. We went specifically to DGS and said, this is what they're worried about. How can we work through this? And they assured us that we can. We just need to know, we need to sit down and have a discussion on what it is that you have an issue with. We can work around this. Again, this is a win-win situation for us. I'm way off my notes. Way off my notes. Again, like I said, when I start talking, I start getting very passionate about the fair because I love it so much. But okay, the agreement that both parties would like to honor, it has our flaws, but we need to sit down. At one point, it was the use of the ball field. It was the lease back of the ball field. Ty and I sat down and we're like, hey, if that's the problem with DGS and trying to get this through, then let's just take it out. Like, we can work it out. We'll get this through and then we can work it out. So yeah, when that first agreement came through, the ball field was out because we were like, yeah, we got this. You can use the ball field, no problem. I know our board doesn't have a problem with that. But is it the price? But considering in the 90s, we were offered 250 acres in Santa Margarita to move the whole fairgrounds. And at that point, city council was like, no, you guys cannot move the fairgrounds. You have to stay in Paso Robles. We want you. Considering that was the discussion, I don't know. It seems like a pretty decent price. Again, Surplus Land Act, we've been assured it is not a problem according to DGS. And same with the buyback. If we don't use it for our mission statement, the buyback is not an issue with DGS either. And I can tell you on behalf of our staff, which some of them are here, which I want to just thank them. We're getting ready to put on fair. So for them to be here is a big deal. But our staff, our board, our organization, we would not be using this for any other purpose than our mission. Our mission is to celebrate our dynamic community. Our vision is to make sure that our agricultural students have a place to showcase their wares. And there is just so many options that we can do with this property. We need to be able to grow. We are landlocked. That is the one thing our forefathers didn't see. They didn't see Paso becoming as great as it was. And so we need to just take what we can get. I just think that we can move forward honoring this agreement. I think that with staff meeting together with your council and our board, truly working together, having that relationship, making sure that we work together in the future, I think this is the only way we can have a win-win, and we only want to do something that enhances our community and makes Paso even greater. Thank you.
Thank you. So before we go to public comment, please, before we go to public comment, I'll ask if there are council questions. Mr. Strong?
Yes, I had a question. The lady, our CEO, not Maynard anymore. When I started at the fair, it was Maynard.
Me too.
And at that time, I was the backstage interviewer with my own parking space back there on a permanent basis. However, if you could answer a question at the mic, please. Did you say, and can you, in fact, if we decide to go ahead, or if this isn't terminated until, say, the end of the month, go down to the escrow company tomorrow morning and deposit a check for $800,000?
We could. We can. We will. We have, DGS has already started the process and talked to Fidelity National to where we can go down and open an escrow account. They've done the prelim work in hopes that we could get the agreement done, and then once the terms were done, then we could open escrow and get it done.
All right, just wanted to I wanted to clarify, make sure I heard what I thought I heard.
You did hear what you heard.
Because you're saying the money doesn't have to come from the state then. You have it in your bank account to do this.
Right. DGS has laid the groundwork for that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other council questions? Mr. Gregory?
No questions.
Thank you. Couple from me, please. I'm just asking because I'm curious, okay? Whoever wants to approach the microphone. It seems that over the last month or so that we've been involved with this, that it's been expressed to us time and time again how critical this is. And it's hard for me to understand how something that's so critical and so prioritized has taken 5 years to come to this point. Can you elucidate that for me at all?
Yeah, no, I share with that frustration. I think a lot of it had to do with, we essentially had 2 years of COVID. We were trying to survive. We didn't have a fair one year. We had a modified fair the following year. We were working on grants. We were working, while it was a priority, there were at that particular moment in time, higher priorities of keeping our lights on, keeping our employees employed, and seeing if we were gonna ever host a fair again. In addition, we went through different CEOs. You've had different managers. Our board meets once a month. We're all employed elsewhere. You know, things just seem to take time. I will tell you that through this process, we did go back and look at emails from 2016, 2017, 2018. We found emails from our then CEO to DGS on a weekly to twice weekly basis. It was being worked on. It was just a process. Late 2021, when we knew that we wanted, not that we knew that, late 2021, we said, this has to get done. When I became the president in January, the very first meeting that I had with the board was, here are our 4 priorities for this year. The acquisition and closing of this property was number 2, after number 1 being get Ms. Bajorquez officially hired as our CEO. I mean, those were, or get our CEO hired. So it was hiring our new CEO, get the property. Those were the first 2 priorities, and here we are.
Mm-hmm. So, I mean, obviously we're both frustrated by this. I don't think DGS has done you or us any favors over the last 5 years, and the state is a state, but I don't think there's anybody in the room that's been involved in a real estate transaction that would have waited 5 years on a deal like this. And the city has honored its relationship with the fair, both professional and personal, and making sure that that offer remained open. What I'd like to know is if we were able to wave the magic wand and say, let's just keep going, how long is it going to take now?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. One that we did pose to DGS. Their response to us was, realistically, we were probably looking at a 6-month close. However, probably within 90 to 121 days, we have the nuts and bolts of the agreement completed, and the next 30 to 60 days is finalizing things like the abandonment of Gregory, the map, the things that need to come at the very end of the transaction.
So 120 days to 6 months.
I think is a very realistic and practical time frame.
And in your conversations with DGS, because I just go from what I read in the letter they sent back to us, and of course the conversations you and I have had, but they're pretty explicit about their requirements regarding the reversionary clause and their concerns about the Surplus Land Act. And you now feel like they're ready to negotiate those positions away?
Absolutely.
And why is that?
My last call with DGS was specifically regarding those two items, and I was assured by them that they are either workarounds, exemptions, or non-issues.
Yeah, because one thing that is concerning is the word from the city attorney that if we make a misstep when it comes to the Surplus Land Act, it's very expensive for us.
Well, and I think we drill down on those issues, and we have assurances that that's not going to be the case. We clearly would not want to set the city up for that kind of penalty.
So Mr. Strong has a follow-up question.
Just a clarification. Who at DGS has told you this?
Michael
Did they
Butler.
have the authority to say so?
Michael Butler.
Executive Director. Number 2.
Assistant Director
Okay.
is what
Do
Mr.
you
Butler
have it
said.
in writing?
We don't.
I would suggest you get it rapidly in writing.
So continuing on, I have public comment, which I'm going to introduce now before we open public comment, because it relates directly to a comment that was made earlier about the potential relocation of the fair in years past. I have an email from Mr. Rod Blackner of Paso Robles, who says, it's his understanding this action could result in the Mid-State Fair moving to another location. Is the board considering that?
That has not been discussed at a board meeting.
That's all I have. John?
You mentioned a minute ago about Gregory Street. Board's intention to ask for the city to relinquish Gregory from east of Riverside?
That I thought was part of the, I believe that the original.
Microphone, please. At the microphone, please, so the public can hear you.
I believe that the original agreement is that it relinquishes, it has access to get to certain areas in there, but to relinquish from where there is a easement for Pioneer to get their tractors out, east of that. So basically from our Flower Gate east, relinquishing Gregory.
Okay, so you're not planning on putting another gate on Riverside at Gregory?
Not on Riverside, no. It would, to secure the property, we'd have to go further back. Because we do have, in that original agreement, there's an easement for tractors to get out Gregory.
Mm-hmm. All right, thanks, Colleen.
Any further council questions? Mr. Gregory?
This is getting interesting. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, ladies.
I do have one more comment
Yes.
about the time frame for those
Sure,
5
yes.
years. And the original, from what I understand, and again, it's just my understanding, is the first 3 years, there was no sunset clause, and that was very specific by the city manager at the time, Jim App, and because they needed to figure things out with the ballpark as well. So there wasn't just this fair, just us saying no. I mean, there was a mutual agreement that we were going to take our time getting this done so that we could have, both of us, we could have some time.
Very good. Thank you very much for your presentation. Appreciate you filling in the gaps that we had. And the council has had their opportunity to ask questions, and now we're going to give the public their opportunity to comment. So we invite you forward to the microphone. Please give your name, and we will give you 3 minutes to comment. This is your opportunity.
It's going to be a hard act to follow, so give me a second.
Welcome.
Hi, how are you doing, Mr. Mayor? So nice to see so many familiar faces today. Board, neighbors, everyone online. My name is Kiva Baird. I am the Public Information Officer for Camp San Luis Obispo and Camp Roberts. In a previous life, I used to serve as the Director of Communications for Visit SlowCal. As a lifelong local, I am a Templetonian, 30 years plus, and this is a controversial statement. I do feel by way I am a Paso Roblean also from all that time served. I am very passionate about preserving the quality of life that we have here in Paso Robles. However, serving on the board of Visit SlowCal, or not on the board of SlowCal, but working for Visit SlowCal, I grew very quickly. I learned how important tourism is to our community. It is the second economic driver following viticulture, which is also a controversial statement because they could probably go together. However, I feel very passionately about this, not only because of my experience in the travel industry and as my time here as a lifelong local and my love for the California Mid-State Fair, but because I, in January of 2022, purchased 1146 19th Street, which is right across the street from this proposed purchase. At first, when I heard of the purchase, I was kind of taken aback, like, how are we going to get rid of Pioneer Park? How are we going to get rid of the skate park, which I'm finding out now may not be something that might happen. Because growing up here, I know a lot of people that put that skate park together. However, I'm coming here kind of tragically ill-prepared and postured, as I didn't quite understand what the outlook was for the acquisition in terms of what the California Mid-State Fair had plans on doing with that property. Right now, across the street is almost devastatingly affecting my tenants. There are a lot of homeless, there are a lot of drugs, a lot of crime. In fact, we unfortunately reach out to the police department, very often to try to get some corrective action for some of this, but some of it is just kind of unattainable as some of this stuff goes on during the day, or it just takes a lot of resources, honestly, to kind of monitor and mitigate a lot of the things going on at the park. As a member, I currently serve for the state, as I said earlier, for the California Military Department, which I don't know if you've seen the news, isn't the best place to be right now. But I understand that if the state, which you guys seem to say is going to acquire this property, I do believe that maybe this might be the best way forward in revisiting this plan in order to try to mitigate risk and make a more safe environment for my tenants who are just trying to raise a family across the street and are having a really difficult time of people sleeping in their vehicles, which now segues into that. I did have some concerns that this would be an open parking lot, which would then become inviting for people to do so. So I'll round it out. I feel, though, tonight that this would be the best decision for the city to revisit the purchase of the property from the California Mid-State Fair. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Welcome.
Good evening again. Dale Guston, 630 13th Street. I came here in '79 when this was a county fair. And I enjoyed going and seeing all the agriculture, buying animals and what have you. And I was glad to see over the many years since then that it's kept agriculture as a primary purpose of the fair. However, additionally, being it became an event center, I helped start the first wine festival, which outgrew the city park and is now at the event center. I'm a past president of Rotary. We have our wine makers cook-off at the fairground. The expansion of the fairgrounds into an event center has been a big thing in Paso Robles. Sure, on Main Street, I'm on there, and we have a lot of stuff in the downtown park. But there's a lot of events that are just too large to be there, and I don't want to see this fair move out of Paso Robles. I suggest that you extend the sunset clause for at least 60 days and table this matter and work this out. I know a lot of the fair board people. I know, and in fact, for 30 years, I've been a volunteer at the fair, working the information booth. So as such, I had to know all the goings on. This is going to be my first year I'm going to be an employee of the fair. And I'm going to show up tomorrow and work security and be very proud of it.
Welcome.
Thank you very much, John Prashant, County Supervisor, District 1. Leave my card. And then I do have a letter from Supervisor Debbie Arnold and myself asking you to reconsider and move forward with the agreement that you had put together. I also misspoke earlier, and I said the fair started next week. I'm one of those people that actually believes that the fair starts the day these kids, the FFA and the 4-H, bring their animals, which is Saturday. So I do expect that's when the fair will start, but I'll see you all there tomorrow at the fair. I do think it's critical. I think, this has been negotiated for quite a long time, but it is the state. And I will tell you, as a subset of the state, we take a long time to get things done. So I apologize for that, but I will tell you that I do think that they're moving in the right direction. I think that the state has come around to this idea. I think they would work with you. I'd ask you to work with them. I do think if you took 120 days and negotiated and worked this out, you could do it. Or Supervisor Strong could meet you at the bank tomorrow and open the escrow. So, and you know what, Fred? I'd go with you, just to make sure it gets done. So,
Fred's not going to the bank.
The mayor steps in and cleans it all up. All right, well, I just ask you, to work together, because I do think this can get done. I think it would be a benefit for the community. I do think it would be a benefit for the fair. As you know, the fair is the #1 economic driver of the city. If you look at the numbers, and they are coming back too from the last 2 years of COVID, I think it's going to be a great fair this year. There's going to be a lot of people that are employed there, local people that are employed there. There's a lot of tax revenue that comes to the city, a lot of TOT that comes to the city, and it does pay for a lot of programs. So I would just ask you if you could do anything you can to make sure that you continue this agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you. Shifting gears here. Speaking now as one of the original lifetime members of the California Mid-State Fair Heritage Foundation.
Name, Chris?
Chris Bausch, sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you. Speaking against the motion. As a veteran of dealing with DGS, all parties have my sympathy on this transaction. Yes, I have been involved in 5-year transactions and longer, even without COVID as an excuse. For reasons previously stated, the Fair Board needs this 5 acres. The community needs this 5 acres. All of the students, not just from Paso Robles Joint Unified School District, but from Shandon, from King City, from Templeton, Atascadero, all up and down the coast that come for educational and livestock opportunities. We need this 5 acres. I urge you to keep the resolution 16141 alive just a little bit longer. A couple of numbers, 60 days, 120 days. After reading the packet, I understand your frustration. It's a very stale resolution. I understand your urge and need to cancel it. I would ask your patience and indulgence just a little bit longer. I think Dale mentioned a suggestion to table, and I would agree with that. I think tabling this motion tonight is a wise move to consider all that the Fair Board has to offer, to consider what seems to be a revised position from DGS. They can be reasonable, and yes, they finally do come around, and sometimes it's a better deal at the very end. Lastly, I believe that Lions Field may come into play if the City Council is interested as far as a replacement when that becomes necessary of the ball field. I believe Superintendent DeBose may have reached out. Would urge you to talk to him and see if that might help move this particular situation along. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Dart, and 955 Walnut Drive. I'm also the president of the Paso Robles Youth Sports Council. So when this agreement was first put together back in 2016, it included a provision that allowed the city to use the ball field there for 3 years at no cost to the city. This is critically important to our community to ensure that we have adequate amount of fields for our youth recreation leagues in the city to operate. It also allowed the city to be able to use funds from the sale of property to build a replacement park in that time frame, so that we weren't going to be losing a field for that long period. But what's happened since these first talks started happening in 2015 about the sale of this property, the pioneers kind of operated under a cloud of this sale, and maintenance has really suffered at this field. So of course, it didn't make a lot of sense to put money into a field that you're not going to own in a few years, but this has continued to draw out. Finally, last year, the Paso Robles Youth Sports Council partnered with the Rec Foundation and the city to be able to bring the lights back to the field. The lights stopped working sometime probably before 2015, and nobody wanted to put any money in to fix them. So we were without a lighted ball field for a very long period of time. This ball field is not just critical for baseball, but other youth sports in the community. AYSO soccer uses it, football uses it for practice fields. Lighted fields in the community are at a premium in the city, and we're very impacted. So we cannot do without this field. So we've got the lights operating again. The city has put some money into Pioneer this last year to help bring it back into a playable condition. It still has a ways to go. In reading this report, it talks about not having that provision to allow use of this field after the sale closes for 3 years, like was previously done in 2016. I think, Ian, this is critical that we have use of this field if this sale goes through. I fully support the sale. I fully support the fair. My kids showed animals at the fair when they were growing up. It's a valuable asset for our community, but I can't emphasize enough that we need to have a ball field. We need to have more than one ball field. My concern also is that we've made an agreement based upon an appraisal done in 2015 on that price. If we were able to build another replacement ball field at that time, this money would have went much longer way toward building that replacement field. Now we're here 5-6 years later. The cost of building a replacement ball field is going to be how much more? Twice as much, who knows? So I think it's just critical. We need to keep those things in mind if we move forward with this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Martin and City Council members. Thank you for having me here tonight and allow us all to speak. First off, I'd like to recognize and also applaud you guys for all the work you've done so far to get to this place here. I say there's many years.
Could you identify yourself, please?
Oh, sorry. I should have. Anthony Stornetta. Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Thank you. We can see you, but the folks listening in can't. So.
Anthony Stornetta, immediate past president of the San Luis Obispo County Cattlemen's Association. Just here to talk about and thank you guys for all your efforts and all your work to this point. I know it's been a long road to get here, but I'm here to urge a no vote on rescinding the resolution 16-141 and also encourage more stakeholder meetings. And it sounds like from Director Saban tonight that you guys made a lot of progress here tonight. And I'd like to remind you is I know this city council and this city doesn't give up easily. There's a lot of resiliency in this city. December 22nd, 2003, ring a bell to anyone? The San Simeon earthquake, $300 million worth of damage. You guys were resilient. You adapted and you overcame. You didn't give up easily. Let's look back at March 2020. You declared a local emergency for the pandemic. Again, you adapted, overcame, you were resilient. You didn't give up easily. And that's what I foresee as this resolution here tonight. And during that time too, the fairgrounds, and Director Saban mentioned many uses of that fairgrounds. I would also mention there's many uses that we don't think of from day to day. During both of those events, you utilized the event center and the fairgrounds. You provided over 11,000 vaccinations during the COVID pandemic, and the fairgrounds opened their doors for you to do that. During the Paso earthquake, there was many apparatus and emergency equipment from throughout the state that came when you declared a local emergency and a state emergency and helped you out there too. So there's many uses of that. Along the same lines as every county or city looks for sustainable revenue. Here's one that any other county or city would love to have in their backyard. We heard earlier, close to 1 million visitors. Those visitors are spending a lot of their tax monies here. You're getting a lot of revenue. It's sustainable. And through any strategic plan, any city or county, you're looking at sustainable revenue. This is that sort of resource that most of us don't have. During the fairgrounds, you also use it for mini wildfires for the command post. Countless times. I can't even count how many times we've used it for that. You've also used it for many things as evacuation center under the SLO County Emergency Response Disaster Plan. That's the evacuation center here in the North County. So it's utilized for that. So there's many parameters. And I think expansion of that would only provide and emphasize even more utilization for those different matters. And lastly, the fairgrounds have no demographic restrictions. There's no limitations. If you're looking at diversity, equity, inclusion, that's your facility. Every city and county would love to have a facility like that that has no restrictions. And there's countless events that we can't even all name here. So thank you for letting me talk tonight. And I would urge, there's Farm Bureau here, cattle women, cattle men. And if you need anyone to write any letters to our state representatives, we would love to do so. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello. Good evening. My name is Tom Kafuri. I've lived in this county for 50 of my 55 years. My very first job was at the California Mid-State Fair when I was 16 years old, selling T-shirts in the concert arena. Now I'm in charge of sponsorships at the fair. We have close to 100 sponsors who bring in over $1.2 million. Please don't do this. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Martin, council members. My name is Brenton Burchett. I'm Executive Director of the San Luis Obispo County Farm Bureau. Speaking today on behalf of our 700 member families and businesses all across SLO County, but the vast majority are right here in your city in Paso Robles. So many of our farmers that grew up at the fair that you've heard from so many others, and as others have said, I think this council needs to prioritize facilitating growth. It needs to prioritize the success of the Mid-State Fair. And there's 100 reasons why this deal has had troubles and issues, but clearly the long-term needs of this city, the economic impact, the value that it's brought by the fair are irreplaceable. And my goodness, when you're talking about baseball fields, the revenue that the fair brings in will pay for a whole lot of baseball fields over the years. You cannot afford to lose this fair, and I think they are very humbly asking for a stay of execution. There's no reason you have to pass this tonight. Punt it down the field, come back to it later, but I know the hour's late. I won't go through all the facts and figures and the stories and how personal this fair is to our community and agriculture, but I think you all know that already. You live here and you know, but I hope you will vote no and do not rescind this deal tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hi, my name is Linda Becker. I live in Paso Robles, and I think it's obvious that we have to have a long-term viability plan for the fairgrounds and the event center. We all enjoy it. It's so important to all the events and the economy of our area. I am personally very offended by the poor performance of California's Department General Service. It's really appalling to me. And I wonder two things. Can we get in writing tomorrow an email confirming their agreement? And do we have any options to say, after nearly 6 years of trying to negotiate this deal, the value of the property is more, let's kick in a little more cash? Is that an option? Just asking. I really find it very offensive that the government is so inefficient and poor performing, but as we've heard, I guess it's not unexpected, but we do want to save the fair. It is landlocked, and I think we're all in agreement on that issue, so thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room who'd like to speak? Anyone online?
No, sir, there is not.
Going once? Going twice? I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council. I appreciate all the comments. I heard one question. Can we ask for more cash?
Mayor Martin, I'm sorry, we do have somebody on the phone.
Oh, okay. In that case, we'll reopen public comment. Who do we have?
We have Mr. Chris. I don't even want to try to pronounce the last name.
I'm going to say
apologize.
Mr. Chris. Welcome.
Hey, it's Chris Toronto, the chairman of Rec Foundation. I'll be short and sweet since you guys just about moved on there. I would like to echo the comments made by Mr. Mark Dart. Without going into too much detail, please keep the ball field in mind as you move forward. You know, recreation and youth sports are exceptionally important to our community, and I think we can all agree on this. We can also agree on how exceptionally important the fair is to our community from an economic and from a social standpoint. It is exceptionally important. So I hope you do all work together to come to a very fair and good agreement to move forward. However, you know, ball fields, especially lighted ball fields, are at a premium in our community, and it's not easy just to go and throw up some new lights on another field. And so however we can move forward, preserve the ball field, or at least move forward in creating new opportunities for play, especially at night, would be really beneficial to the community as well. So thank you so much for listening, and thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else? One more.
I'll just address this, Colleen Borges again, address a few things. The ball field, we understand the importance of the ball field. We understand the importance of youth, and that is exactly part of our mission. So we would work together. That's never been a problem for the California Mid-State Fair or the 16th DAA to not allow use of the ball field, especially as you navigate possibly more ball fields or however that works. And then to address DGS and the frustrations that we have with that, we have been in contact with Senator Laird, and that is, I mean, we have created pressure from the state office to get some extra motivation through DGS. I just wanted to address
Thank you.
as well. Yes.
Mr. Stone.
While you're still there, we heard from Mr. Bausch, who is a member of the school board, that there may be Lions Field or some ball fields over there. Because that's part of our concern, and one of the reasons for the sale price originally. At that time, that would have replaced ball field somewhere else at that time. No way it will replace it now. But if we could work with the school district, and if the fair board or the fair would work with us to work with the school district to actually move that field over there and get it lighted.
So let's do this. Since public comment is still open, let's reserve that discussion until after public comment is closed.
I thought
it got reopened because we had somebody on the line.
okay.
I'm sorry. Anyone else like to make public comment? Last time. Public comment is closed. Bring it back to council for discussion. Mr. Strong, please.
Now, if we can continue. Could you do that? And could you also move ahead rapidly and get us something from DGS stating that they're ready to move ahead and close this and open an escrow?
Yes, we
To
would be
all of
able
them?
to do that. We would be able to, first proportion. We would work, if you could find another ball field, we can work together. I don't know what that would look like. Of course, you have your council, we have our board, we have lots of things that we have a little bit of time to do, but I'm sure our board would be willing to look into what that would entail. Again, we aren't trying to kick anybody out of a ball field. That's not the intention. Secondly, DGS, I won't call them tonight because they aren't there, but I will call them tomorrow morning. And we will move forward and try and see what we will get something.
Well, thank you, depending upon what we do tonight.
Thank you. So I would like to get the lady's question answered. The question was asked, could the city not ask for more money? And I'm going to assume that we could, but that would be hinged upon a new appraisal.
Yes. So the city certainly could ask for more money. Again, that would be a change in the deal terms, as would all of the revisions that DGS is asking for. And so, again, we would need to undo the deal that we have, because that's not the deal we would be entering into, and then move forward with a new transaction of whatever nature that may be once we get those terms from DGS.
But the answer to the question is you can always ask for more.
You can always ask for more.
You don't always get more, but you always.
You don't always get it, but you can always ask.
Other council comments? Mr. Hammond.
Since we're getting into deliberation here, then again, in my mind, if the fair fails, Paso Robles fails. However, $800,000 in 2016 doesn't buy what infrastructure we're going to lose in this deal with regard to Roland's infrastructure. In other words, a ball field and skate park, all those things that we would have to replace, far more money than the $800,000 we're talking about here. So right there, to me, that's something we need to talk about. A 7-year business decision that doesn't get through the state, I think we're all frustrated in that, every one of us. And it's not, the fair is not the city, but, to me, DGS could care less sometimes about helping its citizens, get things done. And I'm, really frustrated in that as well. So, with the whole thing coming down to it, I think at this point it'd be in the best interest that even if we were to ask for more money, this motion or this resolution would have to be rescinded. And that's what we're talking about tonight. Having said that, there's always another way to get things done. The city has always allowed the fair to use that property ever since I've been here for 45 years for parking, which is exactly what we heard testimony from them on what they want to use it for. So I don't see a reason why we can't talk about a different agreement moving forward. Maybe a long-term lease, maybe some other kind of an arrangement where they wouldn't have to buy it, you see. And the city too, again, I've said this before, God doesn't make more property. And if the city has interest in the future to build something there contiguous to the fair that might benefit both parties, it's something, again, I just don't want to really lose that opportunity. But to me right now, given the history here, I can't support keeping this going any longer. I do support discussions. I do support further agreements, other deals that we could do. But at this moment, I think we need to basically stop what's been going on for the last 7 years and start over.
Thank you. So just to clarify and reinforce, the deal we're talking about doesn't address the skate park.
No.
So that is not a part of this deal.
Yeah.
We're talking about the ball field.
Ball field and the property and the parking and all
but
that
not the
around
skate
it.
park.
Yeah.
Other comments? Mr. Strong.
I'll go to somebody else. I'm ready to
go. Ms. Garcia.
My discussion would be if they would even be willing to sit with that agreement to lease the property.
Okay.
In that case, is Mr. Gregory?
I'm waiting for Steve to weigh in. Mr. Gregory, do you have any thoughts?
Yep, several.
Go.
So, question for the city attorney. So the way the deal is crafted right now, if we were to, let's say, I don't know how to describe this, but if we change the terms of the deal, does that throw out the deal and we have to start all over again, or how does that work?
Basically, yeah. So my understanding from DGS, from Mr. Butler, is that we need to use the state's agreement, not the agreement that the council has approved. So just switching those agreements, the terms of them are different. That would take a new council action. Additionally, from Mr. Butler in our last conversation with him, and his position may have changed. I haven't talked to him in a week or so, maybe 2 weeks now. But his last position was that things like the reversion clause needed to be modified, that the city would not be able to take the property back for what it sold it for. So that would be, again, a substantive term that has changed that would require further action by this council. But DGS, in our last conversation, the mayor was on the phone and some representatives from the Fair Board were on the phone. Mr. Butler was clear that, we needed to use their agreement and address these issues. So those would all be a modification to our deal. So this transaction that has been approved by the council is not the one that would be going forward under any circumstances based upon our last conversations with DGS. Does that answer your question, Mr. Gregory?
Yeah, well, so my next question will add to that. So what does a continuance do at this point so we could explore this?
If you were to continue the item, the resolution would stay in place, but again, any future action would involve the rescission of this item and the rescission of the old agreement and the approval of whatever the new transaction was. So whether it's tonight or next week, my understanding from DGS is that the state is not willing to sign the agreement as it was presented to the city council. So that agreement needs to go away, and whatever a new deal would be would have to be approved by the council.
So go ahead, Steve.
So I just want to know how to get through the legalese here. So if we were to continue the item to give time to get a clear reading of what DGS will really do, is that what I'm hearing from the manager of the fair and the president of the board is they've talked to DGS, and I don't believe anything DGS says, but I believe them. So I think it's really important for us. I think if we're going to have to change some format of the deal anyway, I think it may be worth putting a 90-day continuance on this decision to take a look at what DGS will do in writing, and give the Fair Board and DGS 90 days just to come back to us and figure out if there's some way to work this out. And I don't want to describe the deal. I just know the reversion clause is there to protect the city, and it's public. That the Fair Board and the fair is very important to the city, and I think that we're at that point. If DGS really comes forward, we can change the terms of the deal because they're changing the terms of the deal. And so I think that it may behoove us to continue this and meet with the Fair Board right away and see what DGS, if they'll back off some of the things that we're concerned about. It costs us nothing to continue this item, and it may resolve a problem that we maybe can go through. So I'm just going to throw a little bigger picture out. The deal was for $800,000, but there's ways for us to work out an agreement maybe with the Fair Board or the whatever agency it is to help us move the ball field, to help defer some of those costs or whatever, in addition to the price for the land. So the real sticking point I see in this whole issue is the ability for us to take it back if the fair changes the uses. I don't think the fair will ever change the use for the public benefit, but it's one of those sticking points. So my personal feeling on it is, I don't think we can lease anything according to you, Elizabeth. Is that correct with the state probably?
So we could enter into a lease for less than 5 years without complying with the Surplus Land Act. The Department of Housing and Community Development guidelines provide that a lease that's less than 5 years is not a disposition and does not trigger the Surplus Land Act provisions. So you could do that immediately. Relatively, we would have to draft it and all, but you could do that without having to worry about the Surplus Land Act. If you were to go ahead with a transaction, we would have to first declare the property presumably exempt surplus and then go forward with a new transaction. Any of that can happen post rescission of this transaction. The existing resolution, or if this resolution was still in effect at the time that we did that, we would have to rescind this resolution at that point in time. Otherwise, we would have two agreements to dispose of property affecting the same property, which we could not do.
Right. So do you think there's a way to do this without having to deal with the Surplus Land Act?
The longest we could do would be a 4-year and one day short of 5-year lease, I guess is the way to say it. If it's 5 years or longer, it triggers the Surplus Land Act. If you want to do a lease that's longer than 5 years, we would have to find an exemption that this falls within, take that action before we approve that lease agreement, which we could do. But again, we'd still have to rescind 16-141 to get this off of the title of record. So the rescission of this does not stop you from doing whatever transaction the council and the Fair Board work out. Does that answer it?
Yeah, I think so. I think that there's so much legalese on this thing. It's crazy. But I think that from my point of view, I think it doesn't cost us any money to try to work things out over the 90 days. And if we can't, we can take a look at it in 90 days, reconsider the possibility of doing this without terminating this resolution. At least we have the opportunity to hear from DGS and see if they'll work with us a little better with the help of the fair manager and the board of trustees there. So that's my 2 cents worth.
Thank you. So let me give 2 cents, maybe 3 cents, then I'll hand it over to Fred. Legally, what it boils down to in my head is that, at least from the communication I've received, and I've not had a phone conversation with DGS, but from the written information I've received, they say this deal can't be done the way we put the deal together. I'm hearing tonight that, oh no, that's not the case. They've assured us that we can make this happen. So what seems critical to me is that the deal that we put together with our friends at the Fair Board over 5 years ago, that we informed the public we were going forward with, has to stand. If we're going to postpone this action for 60 days, 90 days, whatever it is, then the end result of that, if we're going to work out something on this agreement, has to be something in writing from DGS saying these are no longer issues. Because anything short of that means this agreement cannot be executed. This is the agreement we agreed on. We all agreed on, and we presented to the community. There are other things that are side issues that I think are potentially worth discussing. The whole issue of the ball fields. We've had communication with the school district. It opens up a whole new set of wrinkles which may play into this. Another argument for giving it time to talk it through. So I would also be in favor of a delay in rescinding this agreement in order to work out some of these issues. Does that mean they're going to get worked out? I can't promise you that because I don't run DGS. But what they told you is something different than what they told me. So let's figure out if they're going to put that in writing. Mr. Strong.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was going to make a motion, and actually Mr. Gregory is going to be more generous in time than I was, but I'm willing to postpone this until the first meeting in October to give everybody a chance to work things out, either with the current deal or with an alternate that is acceptable to all parties. And I would urge everybody to be, especially the timing is so horrible with the fair opening tomorrow, because no matter what their intentions are tonight, as of tomorrow morning, this goes out the window for 2 weeks. And they will be concentrating on what's happening today.
Mayor Martin?
In 2 weeks.
Just a moment, Steve.
In 2 weeks, I think they can really get down to business on this and let's get it done. But we have to all stay motivated and hope that the school district joins on us too. And my motion is to postpone until the first meeting in October.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. 1 moment, Steve. I have a motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Discussion, Mr. Gregory.
I was trying to make a second. Sorry. I did speak between those two motions, by the way.
You got to be faster, Steve.
I know.
Any further? Go ahead, Steve.
Yeah. Yes, I think we should amend the motion to have something in writing from DGS to be presented to us at that 90-day time, so we can see what's been offered and come together with whatever we have, so we can make a good decision.
How about amending the motion to say that all parties will keep in mind the discussion tonight and try to make it happen?
I trust to say that, but I don't trust DGS. No. Sorry.
So the proposed amendment to the motion is that we get a response on these points in the deal from DGS by the first meeting in October. Is that correct, Steve?
Oh, no, more than that.
Steve?
I'm sorry. Yes. So that's what I would recommend, because what I'm hearing from more than 8 people now, that DGS is willing to change. So I want to see it in writing so I can believe it.
Will you accept that?
I'm accepting it as part of my motion. My intent of my motion is to consider all these things and for everybody to work on this.
Very good. And the second is okay?
I'm okay with
I just, can I get clarification?
Yes.
Are we looking for, from DGS, an agreement that we could implement, or just a list of deal terms?
Well, one or the other, either they approve what we've offered, or they come back with something that we can then consider and approve. And everybody else is in agreement with that still covers us reasonably.
No, I don't. I think if I'm going to go back to your motion, Fred. Please correct me if I didn't get it correctly. Okay. You wanted to delay action on this until the first meeting in October in order to give the opportunity to vet the discussions that we had tonight and the different issues that were brought up.
Right.
Okay. That is different from requiring DGS to do something by October the 1st.
No, because we can't require the state to do anything. So that's beyond our power legally.
Gotcha. So what I heard Councilman Gregory say, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, you wanted to amend the motion to require that part of this action be a written notice from DGS saying that they were willing to relent on their opposition to these elements of the agreement. Is that correct?
By what date?
Yes.
Yeah. Well, first of all, is that correct, Steve?
Yes.
Okay, and by what date? By
Date
October
certain.
1st?
Right, date certain.
I think October 1st is only 2 months. I think we ought to give them till November.
That's
first week.
August, September, October.
Okay, so now I'm going to ask again, Fred. You've heard what the proposed amendment is. Do you agree to that?
As stated, no, we cannot order the state to do it. Ask our city attorney. I don't think we can order the state to do anything.
I don't perceive the motion as ordering the state to do anything. I perceive the motion as the council's willing to engage until October 1st or November 1st, whatever date you decide on. If DGS has not responded to us or not provided us with the information we need, then you're going to base your action based upon that. It's not a direction to the state to do anything. It's allowing the Fair Board time to work with DGS to get them to respond to us.
And we need to have a response from them.
Yes.
But also, it's more than that, though. It's also for all of us to find a way forward on that property, one way or another.
That's the reason for the motion to begin with.
That's the reason for the motion in the first place.
Steve's talking.
Hang on. Go ahead, Steve.
DGS has to give us that in writing before we can move forward anyway. So November 1st is a good date. Let the Fair Board work with the DGS, come forward, come back to us with our city attorney and see what we have on November 1st or the first meeting in November.
Steve? No, I'm not going to go for that. And I'll tell you why. Because you're delaying a decision. Because if we all know that DGS isn't going to do what you want,
I'm not asking
during this.
DGS.
Now wait. Then during this 90 days, we can still work on another alternative to consider at the end of that 90 days, and we don't have to wait for an additional 90 days past that. I don't want to drag it out.
You're going to need DGS no matter what, Fred.
That's the first part of the action. That's the very first part of the action. You're right. But that shouldn't be the end of the action, depending upon what DGS says.
I didn't say anything about ending any action. I said delay it so we can see what DGS is coming forth in the first meeting in November.
Okay.
So we're all kind of sort of almost in the same plate. Let me add a little more confusion. How about an amendment that says by whatever date, you said October, he said November, by whatever date we get in writing from DGS what they told the Fair Board that they could work around this, because that's where I have a discrepancy.
Okay. Yes.
Well,
not what they're going to do or how they're going to do it, but yes.
Then I need a second motion, because it's depending upon what happens. If they don't act quickly, I want to see something from them within 30 days.
We'll be back here. We'll be back here by whatever date the council decides, and we'll be right where we are right now. We'll be right where we are right now, except we will have had discussions that haven't been had tonight. We will have opportunities that have not been discussed, and that will go into the discussion and decision at that point in time.
My motion, Steve, allows us if they don't send us that immediately, to then proceed to talk about lease, to then proceed to talk about increased price, to then talk about other things concerning the ball fields, and try to work together to solve our mutual problems.
So if I may refute, based on the comments made by the city attorney, purchase, lease, anything having to do with this requires the
rescinding.
At that time.
It requires DGS. So it doesn't matter, because at the end game is, regardless of what we come up with, if DGS says no to it, we're out of luck.
No, DGS doesn't have to approve a lease.
Excuse me.
I believe DGS does have to approve a lease.
Really?
Yes, the board, as I understand it from Mr. Butler, does not have the authority to enter into a real estate transaction without DGS's blessing of the document and the approval of Department of Public Works Board. I forget what the board was. There was a different state agency, he said, that needed to approve it.
Right. So apart from any approval or anything the DGS may wind up doing, what I want and what I hear Councilman Gregory wants is a simple note from DGS confirming they've had this conversation with the Fair Board, and yes, they're willing to work on these issues, instead of what I have in black and white right now, which says you're out of luck.
In that case, Mr. Mayor, I'd change my motion to this, that we defer this for 6 weeks until the second meeting in August. And that way, that's plenty of time for DGS to make a decision, yes or no, and then we can proceed from there.
So the motion is to delay this until August. Is there a second?
I don't think that's enough time, sir. No.
Just hear back from DGS? That's all that this is for, just to hear back from them.
Fred, it's been 5 years.
Yeah. So there is no second for that motion. It dies for lack of a second. Would you like to restate your previous motion, or Mr. Gregory, do you have one?
Steve, I should have you craft the motion, but I'll just say my recommendation is continue this to the first week in November to allow the board and the manager of the fair to work with DGS to bring back language to make it work that's appealing or successful with us. So,
is there a second?
I will second that.
I have a motion from Councilman Gregory, second from Councilwoman Garcia. Further discussion?
I was going to ask Elizabeth, no matter what we do, Elizabeth, this still has to be rescinded, right?
That's right.
Unless the Department of General Services will approve the agreement as it was presented to them,
right,
then yes, this was 16-141 needs to go away.
Exactly.
If 16-141 goes away today or in 60 days or 30 days or 90 days, that does not preclude you from doing whatever deal you really want to happen.
You're right. And we will find ourselves back at this decision point in November.
Yep.
And you're right. But during that period of time, we will have had other conversations which may make it more palatable for everybody in the room to make that decision and move on with whatever comes next.
Okay. All right. I see your point. Although it's still, what's before us right now on item 15 is got to get done no matter what. But if we did it tonight, then I would say we would open up discussions right now with the board, Fair Board, and get it done with DGS as if we were still moving forward. Again, I don't quite understand why we're trying to kick the can down here a little bit. We already gave them plenty of time. We gave them deadlines. They didn't take it. They didn't do it. And here we are. So I'm just saying, kicking the can a little further down, I can't support that. I'm sorry.
I understand. Any further discussion?
I'll only say this, Mr. Mayor. The reason to kick it down is, and here's the problem, why I didn't want to kick it down the road that long, is then we're asking them to do it for $800,000. And we're locking ourselves into the $800,000 as well. That's a good reason for the fair to talk to DGS and convince them, go for the deal as it stands, because if not, it's going to cost you at least 2 to 3 times as much to accomplish this. So I don't know that.
I'm not sure if that's the case.
That's, not accurate. So that's the agreement we've currently got.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Mr. Mayor, I apologize. I'm just not really clear on what it is I'm supposed to do between now and November 1st. Just wait for a letter from DGS?
I guess. For
that
agreement.
outlines the terms that they're
And then to
willing
open
to
the
agree to.
escrow.
I really am not trying to be difficult. I just want to make
No.
sure we're going to meet the council's
No, the
expectations.
motion, as I understand it, the motion is to delay the action on the rescission until November
I'm sorry.
1st. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to hear ourselves talk, please. The motion, as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, Steve, is to delay the rescission of this agreement until November 1st in order to give the city and the fair and the state more opportunity to discuss the differences we have over the deal points. Is that correct, Steve?
That is correct. So Elizabeth, what we're doing is we're just asking them to come back and continue communicating with you with DGS's changes to what they say they can get them to do.
Okay.
And let me ask a question of you, Steve. Within the meaning of your motion, if they just agree to the current conditions, can we enter the escrow and close it if possible within the same period of time?
I think we should just wait and see what they give us. And then Elizabeth can bring it to us, Fred.
Well, then I don't think we should have it for a date certain.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Why do you want to delay the escrow?
This has been interesting. Call vote, please.
If they do agree, why delay the escrow?
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
No.
Councilmember Strong.
No.
Mayor Martin.
Yes, motion passes 3-2. Thank you very much. No applause, please. No, thank you. Appreciate the applause, but not really necessary. Okay, we have 2 items that have been withdrawn from the consent calendar. We'll wait till the room clears to continue. Okay, item number 9 from the consent calendar, approval of resolution confirming the cost report for costs incurred during abating public nuisance parcels. Staff report, please.
Battalion Chief Fire Marshal, here tonight for your consideration of approval of a resolution to confirm the cost report for the costs incurred for public abatement. This is the final step of the hazardous fuel abatement ordinance that's required by the county recorder to then put a lien on any of the properties that the city did work for and paid our contractor. The council on June 7th confirmed that weeds on those specific properties were a nuisance. The order to abate was issued. KD Janney was selected as the lowest responsible bidder, and a contract was agreed to. On June 27th, 7 properties remained in violation. I personally inspected each of them as the abatement work commenced. Costs on the attachments are there for your review and consideration. Each one has a 100% in accordance with the actual ordinance. Each one has a 100% fee associated with that. So KD Janney's actual work rate, then 100% is added to that, and that's what's before you tonight for your consideration. Tonight I ask that you consider the cost report, and happy to answer any questions that you may have or take any direction for alternative solutions.
Thank you very much. Council questions, Mr. Strong?
Yes. First of all, I'm very confused because I know we're not a for-profit corporation. We're a nonprofit. We're not allowed to make profit. Yet, none of these administration fees are the same. So the administrative cost for something that was done for $625 is $625. The cost administratively for something that we had to pay somebody $2,586 for is $2,586. That doesn't make sense to me. Our administrative costs cannot be that different for 2 almost identical parcels that have different prices.
Yes, sir. So ordinance 16.10.200, that's the clause, that's the subsection that states that it's 100% administrative fee. So At your direction tonight, I'm happy to make any amendments to that, but that is how it's currently written in the document.
It doesn't seem fair to me, number one. Number two, it has come to my attention that we've already billed some people for this work, and there were some people billed who don't own the properties.
That is not true to my recollection. So none of these have been billed, and that was in working with the county. They said you have one of two options. You can either go to billing or you can put it on as a tax lien. And so it's my understanding that you can't do either or. So nobody has been billed at this point. Part of the process is that we post each property. So each property currently has a stake and a sign informing them of the costs associated and this meeting this evening. And so it's just part of the last part of the process, but nobody has been billed.
Okay, I think we have somebody who's going to come here and explain that that's not the case. Thank you.
Any other council questions? Mr. Gregory.
Yes, Randy, just a quick question on that. So you guys posted on the property, so they still have an opportunity to clear the weeds on their own if they want?
No, sir. The work has been done by KD Janney. They do have an opportunity to pay the bill and the fee before it goes to the county recorder as a lien on the property. They do have that available before we actually get that out in the next couple of days. The deadline, according to the county, is the 20th, so tomorrow, although they did indicate that they have a little bit of flexibility with that.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you.
No further council questions? Thank you. Open public comment. This is your opportunity.
Do we push this?
No.
No.
Okay. Good evening. I'm the owner of one of the property that's listed on this bill here.
Your name?
My name is Philip Tsui, T-S-U-I. Ms. Gomez is also one of the owner of one of the 8 townhouses that is on this piece of property. So we purchased these properties after 2015, and the property has a broken chain of title. So this property, that Mr. Harris was talking about, is the common area of this condo project or townhouse project. That is our common area. But since the previous developer, when they deeded to themselves, it was under First Press LLC. When they deeded to themselves and borrowed money against the property, they didn't include the common area in all the 8 lots. So when they sell it to us, when they went to borrow money, they didn't put that legal description correctly. So end up, we are missing that common area. The common area doesn't have a tax bill. It has a parcel number, it doesn't have a tax bill. So end up, we don't have a common area. So that common area includes our driveway going down and also include the lot that the weed abatement was involved. So we will take legal action to get the common area back, which is one of the parcel, I think parcel number 043, but it's gonna take some time. Right now, we are willing to pay for the weed abatement because I didn't get any notice of it because it's still under the previous developer's name, but the developer, the LLC is already they didn't pay the taxes. I presume that they were suspended in 2015. So we never got any notice of weed abatement. My daughter lives in one of the units over there, and she saw the sign. So we hired somebody, we thought that it was just only 20 feet away from the driveway. So we hired somebody to do half of the building because we own 4 units and leveled out all the wheat. But we didn't know that we have to go all the way to the top, and we didn't know that there are 2 houses up there. I drove up there today, and I talked to the owner up there. I think his name is Fred. And he was happy that it was done. So the reason that we want to come up here and to talk is because we don't mind pay for this because it's our responsibility to pay for this weed abatement, but we didn't get any notice. So if we have got some notice, all we saw is the sign on the lot near the driveway. So we're more than happy to pay for this $2,586.25. But we would like the council to waive the administration costs, and that's why we're up here. And I have all the documents over there showing the chain of title, how the previous LLC deeded to the owners, and the owners went to borrow the money. I have the deed of trust that without the correct legal description. So we didn't have the common area. And it took me about 6 weeks to get a hold of 3 out of the 4 homeowners. And we decided to get the common area back. And because right now we don't have insurance on the common area, and that is a worry for me. Because if somebody slip and fall, they might sue. And the previous seller is no longer there, or developers, and they're going to get a default and end up we're going to pay more money to get the property back.
So if I understand what you're saying, the administrative costs were charged due to a noticing error, which is based on a broken chain of title.
Correct. And I don't think the fire department knows that,
Right. Gotcha.
I didn't even sign. I parked up front, so I didn't even see the sign until he came to our door. And I'm like, I had no clue. First time home fire, so.
Gotcha.
Then
Okay. Anything else?
No, that's it.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Thank you, and hopefully we'll get that removed and all 8 units will be happy.
We're going to talk it over in just a minute here.
Thank you.
Is there any other public comment? I see no one in the room. Anyone online?
No, sir.
Close public comment, bring it back to the council. What are our options, City Attorney?
We cannot amend the ordinance, but you certainly can waive its requirements if you so choose.
So any further comment, Mr. Harris, on the situation? Very good. I would entertain a motion.
So I would move that we waive the requirement for administrative fee for the common lot area, parcel 009092043.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second for discussion.
I have a motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilman Gregory. Discussion, Mr. Hammond.
But we also need to confirm, cost report for the other parcels, correct? So that needs to be part of the motion.
Well, no, if it's a fee for that parcel, that's the parcel.
He's talking about the issue that's in front of us on the agenda.
Exhibit A.
So the motion actually be to approve that with this exception.
That exception.
Yeah, approve that with this exception.
You good with that, Steve?
Clarification, I just want to make sure. So they're going to just pay for the invoice only and not the administrative fee.
Correct.
Of that one parcel only.
On that one parcel only.
Yep, I'm clear with that, and I'm good.
Very good. Any further discussion by the council?
No.
Roll call vote, please.
Just one moment, sir. I'm sorry, who was the
Motion
first?
by me.
Thank you,
Second
sir.
by Councilman Gregory.
Okay. All right. Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
And Mayor Martin.
Aye, motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much. Item number 13, approval of amendment to Youth Commission bylaws. Linda, welcome back.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. Thanks for having me back. I am seeking approval to amend the Youth Commission bylaws. Let's see, I don't think I've ever done this before, so please bear with me. But prior to reactivation of the Youth Commission, so the Youth Commission was paused once we hit COVID, March of 2020, and recognized that youth were not interested in attending another virtual meeting. So while the Youth Commission has been paused, staff did some research and explored options to improve community engagement with the Youth Commission and expand representation representation beyond issues that happened at the high school. That's really what was happening quite a bit prior to the pause. And so the Paso Robles Youth Commission was established in 1999 as an advisory body to City Council regarding issues relevant to local youth. They've been inactive since March of 2020 due to COVID-19. During the hiatus, staff reviewed the bylaws and we recommend the following amendments. We'd like to add ages 14 through 21 inclusive that reside in the 93446 zip code, remove the 3 alternate positions and the language that states members will be chosen from applicants in high school, grades 9 through 12, and they shall reside in the general area of Paso Robles and be enrolled in Paso Robles School District. Remove the recording secretary position and assign duties. And the reason for that is staff always takes the minutes and performs those duties. We haven't had an active secretarial role in many, many years. And then revise the duties of the vice chair to align with what we actually ask of the vice chair position. And then edit additional non-substantive word changes that were all recommended by the city attorney to provide consistency in advisory body laws. And so we're seeking approval or guidance in this request tonight. May I answer any questions?
Thank you. Questions? Mr. Strong.
It's not really a question, but the purpose is to be an advisory committee of the council. The recording secretary is the only position that keeps minutes legally. And even Robert's Rules of Order is superseded by specific items in the bylaws. Therefore, you have to have a recording secretary, even if the board designates the duties of that position to the staff. But if we don't have a recording secretary and we don't have any legal minutes, then we don't have any reports coming to the council that are legal from that body. All I want to see is that the position recording secretary be put back in.
And I think I'll probably defer to the city attorney on this. And with just some clarification that we have 3 advisory bodies, the Parks and Rec Advisory Body, the Senior Advisory Body, and the Youth Commission. And all 3 of those advisory bodies that work through Community Services, the Community Services Department, all 3 of those staff records the minutes and prepares them, and then we submit them to City Council. We haven't relied on board members to provide those services in over 10 years.
Okay. And you also have the library under you. And the Library Board of Trustees has the minutes taken by staff, but they have a recording secretary, but then they designate the staff to actually keep the minutes. And that's all I'm saying, that would be the appropriate, proper legal way to do that, I believe.
So if I may, would the city attorney like to weigh in on this?
So the requirement is to have minutes. And so that can be done by staff or a recording secretary. If you want to have someone with that title and then have that delegated to the staff to actually implement, that's acceptable.
So if I understand Councilman Strong's concern, it's his feeling that legally there must be a position of recording secretary regardless of whether those duties are delegated or not. Is that true?
I am not aware of that requirement as it relates to a city-created advisory body. I think it's different if you have 501c3. They have different obligations, but a city-created advisory body follows the rules that the city creates for it.
Okay, well, but here's my concern. Then perhaps we should have some clause in here that states minutes for the meetings shall be taken and distributed to the council by staff. Something that calls for minutes, though, especially when you have a clause in here that no member of the board can represent themselves as saying anything on behalf of the commission unless they have proof that that has been done. So you have to have some legally recognized minutes. So I think the bylaws should at least designate how the minutes, or who's responsible for taking the minutes. Whether it's a recording secretary or staff, something. Either the body can designate the staff to do it, or else the bylaws should designate the staff.
So let's do the other legal thing. Any further questions from council?
No.
Steve?
No.
Thank you. I'm going to open for public comment. No one comes forward. Anyone online? I'm going to close public comment. Mr. Strong.
Well, that's all. I'd just like to see one or the other. I don't care how you want to do it. You could say in here, minutes are to be taken by the staff, or just create a recording secretary and have the body, when they do that, designate the minutes to be taken by staff.
Is your motion to approve those bylaws with your amendment?
With all the bylaws I've written in my life, a lot of them, we had the recording secretary, and then we could designate minutes to be taken by somebody, especially if the recording secretary wasn't there, then they always said, who will take the minutes?
Okay.
But the body always designated who was going to do that.
We're ready for a motion.
Well, I'll move that we make that amendment, that we add the recording secretary back in, have that be C, and then the recruitment chair would be D. That's all.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Motion by Councilman Strong, second by Councilwoman Garcia. Council discussion?
I have a question.
Thank you. Roll call.
What happened?
He has a question.
Oh, I thought you said call the question. Go ahead, Steve.
So what happened to staff taking the minutes?
They still take the minutes, but that's because the body then designates that the minutes themselves are actually be taken by staff, even though they have a recording secretary.
Which they won't have.
Yeah, clarifying that the minute-taking responsibilities are delegated to staff.
Yes, please.
Okay. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Strong.
Aye.
Councilmember Garcia.
Aye.
Councilmember Gregory.
Aye.
Councilmember Hammond.
Aye.
Mayor Martin.
Aye. Motion passes 5-0. Thank you very much.
No big deal.
As we move on now, we get to the real business here. City manager update on current city activities.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have a couple here. Just want to let the council and the community know that we're continuing to work on our economic development strategy and plan. We're in the consultants are in the data gathering phase with additional community services, additional community surveys and business outreach to occur over the next 3 months. We're on track to bring a plan back to council in the spring of 2023 is what we're looking for on that. We keep coordinating with our new public affairs and grant writing consultant, Townsend Public Affairs, on several grant opportunities. They've been very responsive. Happy to report right now we've got several in the works. They've been, according to our assistant city manager, helping us with a lot of brewing state and federal level lobbying efforts as well. We're moving forward with implementing a new agenda preparation software called eScribe, which we approved in our last budget process. So that should really help our city clerk and our acting city clerk, when she's here, move forward with helping us administer the agenda process and our city council meetings. Staff is working to develop a marketing and communications plan. I believe we've talked to several council members about our lateral recruitment for police officer, trying to move forward with rounding out our filling in our ranks at the police department in all phases of marketing and communication strategy plan over the next few months. We're putting together in the city manager's office a series of training and leadership workshops focusing on high performance operations, process improvements and innovations. This is great for, part of our internal plan to create opportunities for professional development and improving organizational culture as well. And just as a reminder, the League of California Cities annual conference is September 7th through the 9th in Long Beach. And so there'll be a lot of options there for those attending to stay up to date on what's happening across the state. We're working right now for the August 16th agenda, a resolution to appoint a voting delegate, as well as consideration of positions to support, oppose on several of the resolutions being brought forward by the League. And that's all I have to report.
Thank you, sir. Council Business Committee reports. Mr. Gregory, you're up.
How exciting. It was an exciting night. Okay. I've just been working on the cannabis 221s and asking a lot of questions and about a lot of subjects. But I've been traveling a lot, so I hope everybody enjoys the fair, and that's all I got tonight.
Thank you. Councilman Hammond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Several county boards, IWMA met. We actually had our first meeting with our new executive director, Peter Cron. Doing really well. Staff is very pleased with him, and I think he's going to do a great job with IWMA, getting us back on our feet. Also had Senior Citizens Advisory Committee. Met out there at the Veterans Center, actually, because it was programmed where we typically are with other things. It was really busy out there at the Senior Center. Also had APCD meeting back on June 22nd since our last meeting. And that was it for all those. Nothing else really more to report. Got meetings coming up, of course, but I'm good.
Very good. Thank you. Councilman Strong.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, Main Street announcement materials are in a manila envelope I provided for council members, including the national article complimenting us on approving and Norma on receiving her entryway to Norma's Alley, an analysis of some alley issues and comments generated by a walkabout in the downtown area with suggestions for improvements. And the manila envelope for Councilman Gregory will still have to go into his box because he isn't here in person tonight. Another comment that was received at the meeting, where our fire chief was the main speaker, was that we should consider providing doggy waste bags in the downtown park. There are many Main Street sponsored special events coming up soon, including the free breakfast next week, Thursday, with tickets for council members provided at the meeting and since distributed to your mailboxes upstairs. And the Olive Lavender Festival coming up very soon. Then the Library Board of Trustees received a glowing report from our head librarian on the service levels of our library for our citizens as well as people living outside of the community. We are headed back toward pre-COVID numbers very quickly with far fewer volunteers to help. The outreach efforts were significantly enhanced by a $5,000 grant from the Wine Country Alliance for that effort. We've attracted 1,702 new cardholders from outside the city limits in the past 6 months. Attendance at programs is up 19.4% over the best June attendance of the past 5 years, with 2,346 people attending in June. Items checked out were at 87% of the most checked out in a June in the past 5 years, with 23,802 items checked out this June, and all of this was done with only 46% as many volunteers as our best June of the past 5 years, with 557 volunteers now as compared with 1,154 in 2018. Money has been planned in our new budget to add significant technological aid to make the workload easier for fewer number of volunteers we are now experiencing. And then I received an email just this week from the executive director, or the deputy executive director of the League of California Cities, telling me that the board of directors has appointed me to the 2022 General Resolutions Committee for the convention that the manager referred to in Long Beach. So I will be there on the Resolutions Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilwoman Garcia.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. I know it seems like it's been a long time ago, but I just wanted to say once again, thank you to all the sponsors and the city for the 4th of July event. It was beautiful, and I really just keep getting a lot of feedback still from the community about how they really appreciated it and enjoyed it. So I just wanted to say thank you again to everyone that had part in that. I have been attending it's called CORI. It's called Center on Rural Innovation with Paul Sloan and HBA. We've been still working on our strategic plan for the new landscape on rural economics in our area, and trying to still get data from our county on tech jobs, what kind of tech jobs we have in our area, and just kind of So this company is helping us put a strategic plan moving forward, which I think is going to be a really good tool for us to have as a city. Once it's kind of in alignment with everything else that's going on with our tech core and with the spaceport. So we're still continuing that program. Really exciting to hear what other cities, when we're on there, we get to talk to 5 other states. So it's pretty exciting what they're doing and what we're doing, and we're comparing notes. I also have been doing the 221s on cannabis and been getting informed on that. I also attended and hosted the HBA mixer. We had a good turnout, and hope to have another one in August. And that's all I have, sir.
Thank you very much. So for myself, I did meet both in person and telephonically with representatives from the Fair Board prior to this evening's meeting at their invitation. And a lot of what you heard tonight was a rephrasing of what we had discussed then. So I feel that, you know, it's a confusing issue, but I think they realize that, you know, the city's not the bad guy here, and still willing to work together and be cooperative. So I think that was good. Also, as part of the discussion, which just happened to happen, is something was referenced by Mr. Bausch tonight, and that is that the school district has approached us about the possibility of doing a joint agreement for operation of ball fields at the Flamson campus. So there may be some of that element involved in the discussions between now and November 1st that will make it even a better deal for all parties concerned. It promises, but it's good to hear that different components of the community are still working together and trying to get the best result possible. I had a Zoom meeting with some private citizens who are very interested in pursuing efforts to improve childcare countywide. As we all know, economic development efforts are frustrated because of the lack of childcare, and there are some systemic problems that exist that will have to be overcome. But I've asked them to send me a short list of names of people to have a meeting and brainstorm that issue, and see if we can come up with some ideas that we can all become invested in and try to improve that situation. I had a phone conversation and a personal meeting with the mayor of King City, Mike LaBarre. We've been working on the MOU between our city and their city and the military bases. We're going to have, we've already approved that. We're going to have a digital signing of that, and we've both agreed that we want to approach the city of Atascadero to see if they would also be involved in that agreement. So that's very positive. Met with Supervisor Pashong and Councilmember Gregory on our monthly meeting and discussed county city issues. Attended the Library Board of Trustees, attended the Hispanic Business Association meeting, getting revved up there again. It was very inspiring to hear Councilwoman Garcia talk about time to build this place up again. We're all going to get involved, and we're all going to come to the table and bring that organization up to full strength. They've been sort of weathering the storm during the pandemic, and now they're coming back strong. City manager and I traveled to Solvang to hear the REACH organization make a presentation along with representatives from Vandenberg Space Force Base about their efforts down there to incorporate economic development efforts with Vandenberg. I'd love to have that officer come up and talk to us if possible, so I'd like to get his contact information. I attended the Travel Paso Board of Directors meeting this afternoon, and plans continue for the Channel Counties Division dinner on October 28th. We are going to have the dinner out at La Bella Serra and the Hampton Inn out there. And we have a very good chance of having some astronauts attend to talk to us about commercial space exploration. Been working on that with Stu Witt and some friends. And also we have a very good chance of having the state treasurer being a keynote speaker that night. So that's going to be an exciting evening. Parallel with that, the League of California Cities Political Action Committee is also planning to have a mini conference in Paso Robles that weekend, possibly using our movie theater as a mini conference headquarters. It's a proof of concept event. I've been lobbying with them to bring more mini conferences with subgroups of the League of California Cities to the city of Paso Robles in between the big conferences and the big urban areas, because we're a very centrally located place. It'd be convenient for a lot of cities to come here for specialized programs. I believe John and I were both copied on a letter from Cal Poly. Cal Poly is obviously partnering with us on the spaceport idea. They have brought forth the idea that they would like to be our teammates in pushing the spaceport license across the goal line. They've offered a very substantial amount of support, which would help us do this at a far less expense than we've discussed today. So with the council's permission, I'd like to have that letter and that information agendized for a future discussion so we can determine how this is going to mesh with efforts that we've already undertaken and how we can go forward. But I think it's really, really a step forward for us to be able to do
Actually,
that.
direct staff to maybe bring back an agenda item involving that whole thing.
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
If that's all right with the council. Good. That's all I have.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I have a question too. With regard to tonight's decision, with Pioneer, it is what it is and we are where we are. But we talked about the school district. I would like to have staff get involved deeper. In other words, if that is an opportunity that we can explore and maybe make an opportunity for the citizens, again, I think we should pursue that. It's going to be important, I think, moving forward once we get to the November 1st, whatever, that, we have another option, on our table to talk about.
I totally agree.
I don't want to waste any more time, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
What you're saying.
It was offered to us, we need to act on it. So if we can direct staff to kind of continue discussions.
Yeah, so I will pursue it, obviously, and I agree. I think that we need to have as much of the opportunity known when it comes to when we discuss this again, so we're not sitting there late at night going, well, I don't know, what do you think they'd say?
Yeah.
So I think we need to kind of get into the weeds on that.
That was my whole idea on night 65 with no on motion, was I wanted more flexibility in that waiting period to get more of the ducks in
We've
line.
already taken an action
Right.
on that item, so I think what I heard from Mr. Hammond was he was directing or encouraging staff to pursue the separate item, which is the potential transaction with the joint use agreement with the schools. But beyond that, anything
Right.
related to that previous
We
discussion.
want to have the conversation with the school district, not,
Yeah, as an opportunity just to explore. Yeah.
Anything else?
Nope.
Very good. Upcoming events, Development Review Committee meeting Monday, July 25th, 3:30 p.m. Development Review Committee meeting will be Monday, August the 1st at 3:30 p.m. I guess if you missed the first one, you can go, I don't know. City Council meeting Tuesday, August the 2nd, 6:30 p.m. Deadline for submitting items for the regular meeting on Tuesday, August the 2nd is Wednesday, July the 20th. If there's no further business for the council, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Motion by Councilman Hammond, second by Councilwoman Garcia. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned. Thank you all for your hard work.
Jonathan, having